Well, we pick up after you guys had Theridor be taken away from the main party, launched into jail along with Eshaelle, and managed to have a communication system via the payphone that is Cordelia, where she has to communicate with Theridor, who then has to communicate with Eshaelle, who's through a 2-foot thick wall of stone.
We make it work.
You guys make it work. Who then Eshaelle can communicate with Belle. It's a lot of telephone.
Well, Belle hasn't come by.
Oh yeah, no,
Not
she
yet.
hasn't come by in a good bit. Robert and Val have been on the ship, collecting themselves as well as handling the planning and communicating with people across the region. Again, via Cordelia. You guys did have the planning of, or at least the idea of planning, when it comes down to how you are going to rescue each other. And today, we figure out exactly what is going to happen. So, I will say we move over to... You know what? Let me ask, who wants to do the talking first?
Good Lord.
Talking as in...
Like, in-character
like-
talking. It can start in either position, just I want to consider you guys in this before I launch somebody in as the first
I'm
go-around.
open for it. I volunteer if people want to take a seat
Yeah.
for a sec.
Okay.
We can go to jail crew first.
Okay, well, we'll do jail crew first, then.
Yippee.
Hmm.
Boy, oh boy, I love my cubicle. You know, I spoke to them about trying to get, open floor plans in, but they just weren't having it. So I don't know,
Mm-hmm.
Dang, dude.
like move your own desk, sit where you want, but I just weren't interested. I don't understand why.
All right. It has been a number of days, bordering on several weeks at this point, where Belle has not approached either Eshaelle or Theridor. It has been communications with Cordelia as she checks in on you guys daily. She checks in at least once, sometimes twice, just asking for updates and also delivering any updates that she manages to have, which is mostly a conversation of how the traveling is going, letting you both know that Val and Robert are fine, and anything that has come up along the way has seemingly been minor, very reminiscent of your guys' first trip on the ocean when leaving Kalchath. Very easygoing, but still some hiccups in between. They are on their way. But there does come a day after the undetermined amount of time, which I should know, but it should be about 2 weeks-ish since Val and Robert were rescued. Might be a little bit more. We'll figure out the math somewhere else down the line. But is there anything that Theridor and Eshaelle would be doing in this time frame? Oh, go on.
Great. My holy symbol, that is, since my magic is gone, what material is this holy symbol made out of? It was on my sword.
It's on your sword. Well, let's see. What would the hilt be made out of? I mean, it would be probably made out of iron or
Neat.
something along those lines, yeah?
Yeah, and you'd say that that these bricks are rough in some places.
Yeah, it's uneven. These have seen use, so there is definitely like the smoothness and the erosion that comes with, the natural oils of somebody's skin, making it a lot smoother or eroding certain edges away. Yeah.
Neat. I would, what do I need to roll to make a shiv?
Out of your holy symbol?
Yeah, it is not providing me any use right now, and if I
No, fair
need
enough.
it to provide use later, well, fuck me.
That's fair.
Theridor is in survival mode. He does not have magic anymore. He does not know what to do with himself. The holy symbol's not providing any use. May as well make it useful.
Okay. I will also say, if you didn't want to use stone, there are iron bars that, cut across the window. Like, it's a small window that you could barely, get through anyways, but they still put the iron bars horizontally in certain places. So you could use that as well as the chain loops at the floor of your cell.
Yeah, whatever can shape it the best to make a pointed tip.
Let's see. Strength. We'll go with strength. Just a straight strength check, just to have you bend and honestly probably break the holy symbol in certain places to make this happen. And all that you'd have to do is kind of toss the broken bits out the window.
That is an 18.
Okay, that's pretty good. I will say that with the 18, it's rough. I'm going to consider this an improvised weapon, less than like a dagger. If you had managed to get like in the 20s, I would say that you could have something that would equate to a dagger, but I think an improvised weapon is still a D4 nonetheless, I think. Just the only thing is you're not proficient with it. So you wouldn't get to add your proficiency bonus.
Second question.
Yes.
So we can stick our arms out the windows, yeah?
Barely, yeah. Like if barely. I'm going to describe it to you, it's like half your forearm to the tip of your hand can reach out. So not a lot of movement, but you can.
Gotcha, and I can't see out of it towards Eshaelle's cell.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Okay, I'll just hold it on me for now, and it's just a potential tool for later.
Okay. Yes, I'll say that as you spend these 2 weeks, making your shiv, because this holy symbol was meant to, take a beating. It was on the hilt of your sword. It was meant to be there for a while, but you spend time bending it, shaping it. Granted, the heat of a candle flame doesn't really do much to soften it up, but you still try, you still, you utilize it, and any accidental like cuts you get on your finger or wounds, what have you, you literally just kind of put your hand into the flame of the candle, cauterize it, and say, good enough, I still got to keep going. Like you said, Theridor is in survival mode. You don't have any visitors during these weeks that you're in here. All that they do is they open a slit to give you food about twice a day, and about 3 times a day they just slide open the viewport, look inside, make sure you're still there and not dead, and close it up again. They don't really give you guys that much attention. So, and the times vary between when they show up and what have you, so that way you don't catch on to a schedule, but you are still careful, you're still paying attention. You try not to make any noise, and if you do make accidental noise of like, dropping it or like the on the floor, whatever, and it makes a sound, you quickly hide it, and you just get into a position where 9 times out of 10 they don't even show up. They really don't think that you are doing anything, 1, and 2, that you're even going to escape. They are very complacent from what you can gather, and Eshaelle would definitely be able to gather that as well. But yeah, you make your improvised shiv, and your holy symbol is destroyed. Make me a religion check.
Okay. 15.
15. As you are manipulating, shaping, destroying your holy symbol, the whole time you feel nothing. There's no strong tether that keeps you or gives you an idea that you should stop doing this, or that you're destroying something important. You feel like the faintest thread of a connection to this thing. You're not exactly sure where that comes from, whether it's just from your memories, or whether because whatever belief system you had is still trying to latch on to you. You're not sure, but the whole time there's barely an inkling that this matters.
There is definitely a thought that Theridor has of, I do not need a god that does not give. I need myself to get myself out.
All right. And that gets you through. It solidifies. I'm trying to think if I want you to do anything else. I will say, as a almost DM inserting this into Theridor is treat this like an intrusive thought.
Mm-hmm.
Theridor thinking back to his dream, his vision, his whatever you wish to call it, of facing himself in that landscape, the same landscape as was the death memory for Theridor.
Yep.
Intrusively, it keeps coming through every so often. It's not every day, it's maybe not even every other day, but it just keeps happening in an arrhythmic fashion.
I would like to argue that that is on Theridor's mind pretty consistently.
Okay.
Rather.
Sure.
That is something he's thinking about. It is the, what he's still mulling over what part of him exactly that is. He knows it's the violent part, like deep down. But it's very much a there is the thought of, is making this weapon feeding whatever that was? Or is this something that needs to be done and is necessary?
Okay. DM's putting that in his back pocket.
In the end, he deems it a possible necessity, and it's better to have it than not.
For sure. Okay. With those thoughts mulling about in Theridor's mind, while his hands keep just as busy, is there anything that Eshaelle is doing in this time frame?
Besides worrying about Belle, I still kind of wanted to be able to try and train my perception some more.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, you got the time. You are just sitting in a cell.
Yeah, I wanted to say that I've been doing this for the better part of my entire time in the prison cell, because what the fuck else am I gonna do?
Yeah. Here's what we'll have you do. We'll have you do a series of checks, and if you are successful, then you will be trained in perception, because you are literally doing nothing for the in-game allotted amount of time that I deem, a trainable period to get proficiency in a skill. So, let's have you do 4 perception checks.
4 perception checks? Okay.
Yeah, 4 perception checks.
Here we go. 1.
That's fine.
Okay, that's a 15.
Success.
That is a 5.
Fail.
Failure. That is a 6.
Fail.
That is a 3.
Okay, fail.
Do you have you noticed something about the dice, DF?
On that, if you want, on that 6, if you want to use an inspiration dice, it can get you to the success point, because you guys are on D8s.
We're on D8s. Oh fuck.
Yes.
Okay.
So that can get you a success.
How many do we have, and do I want to waste this on it? Potentially.
We have the 1 inspiration.
Nope, I'm not using it.
Okay.
We might need that.
Okay, totally fair. That is, that's 1 inspiration. Oh boy. Okay. So here's the thing. The failures do not make you start over. They just set you back.
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god. I'm never gonna get proficiency unless I fucking level up at this point, because it's been 1 step forward and 2 steps back for half the damn campaign. So
I know. it's been hard. It's been a lot. I'm thinking about this, and this is not me like giving a pity party with this one. I think I should have given you advantage, because you are literally sitting in solitary confinement. You have nothing better to do. You're not traveling, you're not preparing, you're not doing anything. I feel like advantage is warranted, because the way that I've worked this is always okay, yeah, if you have time on the road, if you're doing XYZ, and you have the spare time, you have nothing but. So I'm gonna let you roll advantage on all 4 of them again.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that feels right. I have to consider, your current situations when I make you do that.
Okay, because that would have been a 4. So, okay, that's an 18. Oh, wait, hold on. No, that's dice fucking move. Thank you. Perception.
Yeah, so we'll let you keep this one, whatever
That's
it
a nat
is.
20.
Okay, nat 20. So just roll one more time, and then we'll have it be advantage against, whatever you've rolled previously. Since the nat 20 was the first on that perception check.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so that's
And then there's a 13.
that one's still a fail, but the natural 20 gives you 2 successes, so you have excelled there. You want to roll one more time just to see just roll straight, not with advantage. Just roll one more time to see if that 15 becomes a nat 20.
That's a 14.
Okay, 14. Either way, now you have succeeded. That nat 20 got rid of that failure.
Oh, thank God.
So, yeah, that all makes sense to me. I DM stamp, that works. No, you have now successfully trained your perception skill. You now can gain proficiency in perception.
Yay! Excuse me while I cry tears of joy and relief, and also fucking let me have this, please, game. Hello?
You will have to, I think,
Oh, it's the skills thing. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you'll have to
Perception.
custom something or other. But yeah, as Eshaelle has sat in the cell, in this solitary confinement, in this immense isolation, she can really focus in. She can really pay attention to details when prior it was definitely a lot harder. I like to think that maybe she will drag her fingers across the stone wall or take the candlestick and do the same thing. That way she can it's just noise recognition.
Mm-hmm.
A small thing, but still an important thing.
Yeah, I'd like to think I'd also try and listen to what's going on outside my cell.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of to try and train myself on, okay, this is what this sounds like, okay, this is probably the guards moving around. This is, we're approaching mealtime. Those footsteps are the sound of the guard coming closer. I need to move.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, yeah. I'd say that even at a certain point, you'd start to, even though the voices are muffled, you start to recognize cadence. You'd start to recognize voices, though muffled, their tone, where you can identify individuals in that. And still having the small window, you can pay attention to animals. Is that the sound of a little bird? Is that a squirrel jumping around? Or is that just a bird, picking through the leaves or what have you?
Yeah. And also I'm listening for Belle. Any signs from Belle?
Throughout your time of training, not really. There's very little. The communication that you have primarily is through Theridor.
Okay. When I am not trying to work on my perception, I am pretty much only thinking of my chosen family and just telling myself, this too shall pass. I'm going to get out of this. I have defied death. What is a jail cell? And I will see them all again.
Okay. As the time passes, and Eshaelle, keeping good track, knows the exact amount of time that has passed. Theridor, maybe not as much. On a particular day, it is around early afternoon. Rain has just begun to fall outside, and you both can feel that it is a cold rain. A late fall rain. With wind blowing, chilling the insides of your cells. And sending a few droplets of rain right inside where it just kind of cascades down the stone, making certain parts of your floor a little uncomfortably wet. Theridor, you will you will hear the the viewport slide open, and a pair of eyes look inside, and a voice will say to you, "Prisoner to the wall. You have a visitor." Do you comply?
Theridor what was that?
Do you comply?
Yeah, Theridor complies, just kind of shrugs, gets up against the wall.
All right. The door will open, and you will see a robed figure. The robes are this blue, but a light blue color, with I guess like seafoam green, like a vestment around their shoulder leading down. I think you'd be able to tell. This is a clerical figure. And they step inside and they just kind of signal the guard to close the door behind them. And the guard initially it closes the door but leaves the viewport open, and the cleric actually goes over and closes it.
Okay.
And they're an elvish man, short, like walnut brown hair, looks to be probably around your age, as far as elven years go.
My previous age or my now younger age?
Oh, right. Previous age. your prior 30s, now you 20s, late 20s.
Yep.
Let me actually just grab like a figure for this, just so there's something there. Close enough. They look like an executioner, but just bear with me, they're robed.
Okay, they're robed, teal robes, they're clerical, not execution. Got it.
Yeah, exactly. They step through and take a deep breath. They stick their hands into their sleeves as they can also feel the chill, and looks to you and says, "Before I say anything, do you have any idea why I'm here?"
You're either last rites or some godly event happened that I need to know something about.
Well, one of those is correct. I'm sorry. I am here as a necessity by the laws of Mulderport. But regardless of law, I would still do the same thing if given the opportunity. I am to give you last rites and allow you any amount of divine absolution through confession. Do you have anything you want to get off your chest?
Anything I'd like to get off my chest?
Yes.
Well, Theridor sits and thinks for a bit. Mind if I work through it as a conversation?
I don't mind at all. Should I
Of course.
get comfortable and sit, or...
I'll leave that up to you. But
I'll sit. And they just kind of sit crisscross on the floor, looking at you.
Theridor will sit across from him, you know. So, is it alright if I ask you our perception of us? Out of curiosity.
My perception of you?
Yeah.
You're people. You're people who have chosen to do certain things, and... well, I cast no judgment. Not my job.
Of course.
And quite honestly, I don't care. And I don't mean that as in I don't care about you, but I don't care about what you've done.
Of course. Man of the cloth.
Yes, and truthfully, I do take that to heart.
Well, I want to tell this man abridged, with some core details such as coming from the grave and stuff like that etched out, but of our travels, the people I've met and created bonds with, the places I've been. It is and I'm leading up to something here. I want to lead up to eventually ask about, more like from previously holy man to holy man, what could be going on with me. It's very much, we went here, we met these people, we did this act. Not all the ones I list will be heroic. Someone gets to know what I was. At least the parts I can tell. And then kind of getting to our capture and the boat. And before I continue, I don't know if you've seen it before, but a severed connection to the divine.
Yes, I have. I've seen it a handful of times now in my years.
And do you know... And I think I would have spoken about the guides. And I think I would have let on that I have amnesia, wouldn't have, really gone into detail there. But that I know of the guides and that I was a part of them, but I don't know much about them, right? And it's like, as someone who was a guide and is now unknown, I don't know, really. Do you think you might have any insight as to why I have lost my connection to the divine that way? Some oath, something.
I might. Now, don't take my word as doctrine, but by the sounds of your situation, what you've done, where you've gone, it seems like your path has diverted. When was the last time that you think you were a guide, doing the duties of a guide? Some time, right?
Before I can remember, if I'm being honest.
All right. Well, there you have it. At least I think. You haven't walked the path. You've done different things. You've met new people. You've forged new bonds. It's no longer the same. Tenets and oaths, all manners of those things, exist and persevere so long as the practitioner, practices. You're no longer practicing. Life's different. It's been different.
Of course. And I only ask because it's a mystery to me nowadays. Any insight on what the tenets of the guides may have been would be one final mystery before,
Now, I'm not too familiar with the tenets of the guides. I haven't been that way, at least in that part of the region, in a very long time. But from what I've heard and from what I remember, the tenets of the guides and what the guides do may be independent of one another. Maybe. I've heard, I've seen, can recall little, but the guides were meant to guide people from one place to another. That was their sole duty, their sole purpose. And whatever they did in between to do so was their own. So, it seemed to me that so long as you did that one thing, that's all that mattered. And again, I'm talking as somebody who's very, very, very inexperienced in your old ways.
Of course.
So, I wish that I could give you more closure on that, but I will not lie, I cannot.
I don't expect you to do something you can't do.
And likewise to you. There's a hard look as this man says that final sentence to you.
Can I insight that?
Yes, absolutely.
Come on. 15.
15, okay. There is some hidden meaning in those words that, with that hard look, it almost seems like he wants you to think about that.
Mm-hmm.
And extrapolate whatever in your own time, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So just, I don't expect you to do anything you can't. I don't either.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
And would I have caught kind of what god he serves just from talking to him?
Well, at least for Moldaport there are two, which is either Umberly or the Great Seychelles. Kindness like this probably doesn't belong to Umberly. Probably.
Yeah, no, that's not Umberly.
Yeah, no. It ain't that sea bitch. That's literally her name in the lore, in like official D&D lore.
Bitch.
Yeah, they call her the sea bitch. I love it. Well, Theridor, I'm sad to say that today is a day that has been declared your execution.
Today?
Yes. I'm sure that it seemed as though there was to be a trial for you and your comrade, but it seems that the powers that be have gotten eager. I'm sorry.
That seems... And nobody opposes that?
There is a slight little smirk. Make another insight.
17.
17. None that could stop it before it happened.
Well, I know you're a man of faith. And while I may not be of the same faith I may have been, though I'm not sure I'm the same man that I was back then, I still hold faith that those I love and care for, if they can't save my physical form, they can't save my body, they can save my soul, and they can remember me.
There's a deep inhale from this man. Indeed, they can. With that 17 still continuing on here, they wanted to say more with that prior statement of, nobody that could do anything before it happened. But it seems like they also want to say more now, but are resisting.
I think I'd like to egg him on just a little bit if I can.
Okay.
Well, I know I've said my final words, but any final words for a dead man?
Persuasion.
Okay. Fuck, don't fuck me now, D&D Beyond. It was on a 20! God, I hate this! It was sliding on the 20 for fucking ever. I fucking hate this. Oh my
and
god.
Then hit the wall. It's alright, it's alright. With the 10...
Is that worth an inspiration?
No, I'm here to tell you. DM to player, it's not. Okay, it's not worth it. Oh boy, let me think about this. Though this may be the end of a chapter, there is still hope for you. Whether it's this life or the next. I mean it.
Theridor doesn't really say anything. Just kind of maintains eye contact. That's about it.
Alright. With that, they will stand up, knock on the door. The viewport will open. The door will open as in kind. And they won't turn their back to you. They will just walk out backwards and wait for the door to close.
Okay.
Then Eshaelle. Same song and dance. The viewport opens. You're told prisoner to the wall. Do you comply?
I will slowly and languidly get up from where I am, and then I will approach the wall, and I will face it. Or actually, can I approach the window and face the window?
Sure, yeah. The door will open. You'll hear footsteps walk into the cell. Then the door closes behind and the viewport is closed. And that same
I have
individual
one
stands
question
there.
before I have one question before we get into this stuff.
Mhm.
How much was I able to hear on the other side of the wall? Did I hear anything?
I'll have a roll perception, but at disadvantage.
That's fair.
Watch 2 natural
Because it
20s.
is through a wall. I just wanted to know. Oh fuck, that's a 23! I rolled a 20 and a 19!
I was so close to being right about that. I was so close.
Did you think I was gonna roll 2 nat 20s?
I did. For some reason I thought it was either going to be 2 nat 20s or close to it. Wow, my gut was right.
Holy shit, D&D Beyond. Why can you not deliver like this when it really fucking matters?
I will say, with a 23, you will hear Theridor talking. And you know that he's not talking through sending, as he's talking too much.
Yeah.
And it sounds like he's talking to somebody else. Like he's amid a conversation. I'll say that you, like, just as you're trying to listen through the rain, sometimes if the wind blows right, it kind of does make sound travel in a different way. And it kind of either manipulate it or make it a little bit louder, you know? Sound waves and air, you know, that's how that shit works.
Yeah, no, I got you.
You do catch a few things. Theridor, I will say, speaking about his quarry, that's probably the wrong word, but his issues
Quarrel?
with the quarrel with the beliefs and the guides. Probably a couple times you'll hear the mention of that, and you will definitely hear a few bits and pieces of like Theridor extrapolating about the journey that you all have been on.
Okay.
But not all of it. You'll hear some, not all. It's not directed
I don't
towards
expect to hear all of it, but
Yeah.
I really just wanted to know if I could figure out from context clues who the visitor was and what they were there for.
Ah, I see. Probably at this point.
There's no yelling. There's been no roars. And I expect if it had been Maxwell, I would have heard both of those by now.
Oh,
so
yeah,
I'm going
100%.
to assume it's not Maxwell, and it's probably not Dolly, which leaves not that many other options.
Mm-hmm. As the figure walks into Eshaelle, you will see the same figure, elf, same hair color, same everything, same person.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll take a deep breath. Do you know why I'm here?
I'm just going to look at him for a moment and kind of assess him, and then lift my chin as absolutely just keeping myself together as tight as I can, and just, I presume that Maxwell and Dolly's patience has run dry.
That would be correct.
I just close my eyes for a moment. Then this is last rites.
Yes, it is. And an opportunity for you to speak about anything you wish to get off your chest. Divine absolution and all that.
I'm not sure if I believe in such a thing, to be honest with you. But if you'd like to sit, and I gesture to the stool that is out of the way and in pretty much the warmest corner, because, it's a priest, and Eshaelle's not, entirely...
Mhm.
She still respects the clergy, even if she's not sure about the gods.
Yeah, he'll walk over, and you'll see that like on the back of his robe is it's dirty, so it looked like he's been sitting on the ground.
I'll wait for him to take a seat, and then I will sit opposite him in the cell. Very arrange my clothes because trying to look nice. It's the first visitor I've seen in weeks, and then I will fix him with a stare for a couple of moments, and I will ask, "Are you at liberty to tell me what has become of Belle?"
I believe I am. She is in the cell next to you, and points to the wall. And she will be receiving the same rites as you.
I see. What have they been saying? What do you know of why we are imprisoned?
From what I've heard from varying sources, is that you tried to kill Maxwell and were hired hands by Miss Ekro to do so. Now, I wish to make the point, as I have told your friend in the next cell over already, I hold no judgment to you over what you've done. It is not my place. I don't care. I'm here for the purpose
Eshaelle
I
is
told
thinking,
you.
I will say, Eshaelle is thinking, I wish we'd fucking finish the job, but she's not going to say that because she's not fucking stupid. But she tilts her head and looks towards the window. I have many things to say, but I am not sure how to say them. So rarely do I find myself at a loss for words, and yet here I sit.
No? We have time.
Do we? Until sundown, or...
No.
What is my fate to be, then?
A few hours.
I see. Have they decreed how?
Yes.
Dare I even ask?
Well, do you wish to know?
Well... If I can prepare myself in one way or another, then yes, I'll take it. So yes, I will.
In a grotesque fashion of a public hanging.
Charming. Suppose it isn't as terrible as being burned at the stake could be.
I think all manners of execution are grotesque in their own right. And this one particularly so, as it is happening outside of my temple.
Oh. Would I know what I know as goddess? I mean, I guess I can extrapolate. He's not obviously Umberly's, so he's got to be the other person.
Yeah, gotta be Grace Eshaelle. Yeah.
Yep.
The big S.
I can't imagine she'd be pleased. Umberly now, she might be, but... Well.
No, I don't believe they would. But that is not
I'm
for me to discuss.
sorry.
No. You have nothing to be sorry for. This is sadly your situation, not mine.
It is. My choices brought me here. I wish I could remember more of them.
You don't remember much like your friend, do you?
I remember my daughter's face. I have no name to place with it. I remember the warmth of a hand covering mine, and the press of a ring on a finger, and I have no face and no name for him. I have my son's face and his name and that he is safe. And that is it. I have very little in this world, sir. Not anymore. Reclaiming it was a path I was supposed to take. And yet here I sit, for trying to do what I believed was right. I'll look toward the window.
Would you mind me knowing your surname?
I want to insight check him to see why he wants to know.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, that's an 11.
11. There is purpose. This is not simply a...
Idle?
Yeah, an idle, ask. There is a purpose.
Do I think there's malice behind this? Because it will differ.
This whole time, this man has not shown an inch of malice.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to study him for a couple of moments. I'm just going to look at him for a couple of moments and just... Tall Fury.
Do you remember where you were from, where you were born, by chance?
As near about as I can remember. Marin's Eve, I believe. If you seek my family, I do not know that you will find them.
Well, I do seek your family. I do. Now, Miss... He pauses. Mrs. Tallfury. I may be a man of the cloth who resides here in Mulderport for most of his life, or at least a good amount of it in recent years. But many people come through my temple, many travelers, many sailors. I will find your family. I will tell them. I will tell them where you have been. I will tell them.
You are very kind. But I am afraid that, at least for part, you cannot. Because... She looks up at the ceiling for a moment. And is thinking. My daughter was kidnapped, sir. She has been taken, and I do not know for how long, and I have already dealt with much on the road to find her. And I do not know what has become of my husband, but I highly doubt he is in any better straits. You may find my grandparents, but you will not find my husband. You will not find my daughter. That is why I set out in the first place, I think. Because I can't even remember that.
Mrs. Tallfury?
Yes.
I will never do anything that I did not expect to be able to do. I expect I can at least find your grandparents, inform them, and maybe, well, for at least a maybe, find your daughter.
Eshaelle's face drops. She stares at him for a very long moment. I could not ask it of you. It's too dangerous. I cannot tell you what the path has cost me already, but I cannot ask another person to travel it. If you wish to find my grandparents, then by all means, but I will not send another person on that path if I can help it. It is far too dangerous to ask.
He puts up a hand and shakes his head. Make no mistake. I will be not in any danger. I can talk, I can communicate, I can collect information. That's all I need do. And I need not put anybody else in any frame of danger either. I've done this before. I was not born a man of the cloth. I became one.
Might I ask your name in turn, sir?
There's a smile. Laurel. Dear friends call me Lori.
I cannot ask you to go after her, but I cannot. I'm her mother. Saving her. That was my entire purpose when I set out. And now here I sit. Just lean my head back against the wall behind me.
I wish I could give you more closure and better hope, but I cannot. I'm sorry.
You've given a woman peace. Even a modicum of it. And peace has been in short supply for me in recent months. I cannot promise I know what comes after for me. But I thank you. As long as my daughter is safe. My husband, my family. Maybe I could rest easy.
Whether it is in this life or the next, I will make sure to tell you.
Just nod quietly. When you speak with Belle, tell her I'm sorry. Would you please?
I will. I will.
Thank you.
Of course. Is there anything else?
I don't know your ways of committing souls to the beyond, so I don't know if you have anything. I don't ever much recall being one for God, so I don't think I had one in particular that I prayed to before. I do have one question, actually. You're familiar with the gods? Many gods?
Yes.
Which deity is it that uses a white mask as part of their symbology?
A white mask. Well,
Perhaps associated with death, I am uncertain.
a white mask associated with death. Let me think. Are you asking for benevolent or malevolent? Because that will get you two different answers.
Why not hear both? That's all I have a vague memory of.
Let me think. I also need to do a quick check of my notes, because I do not recall one of them. Ah, okay, got it. Well, benevolent, depending on who you ask, would be the Raven Queen. She is seen as the collector of souls, and their shepherd as well, to bring them to their appropriate resting places. To some, that is deemed as an evil thing, but to others, not. She is one, and the other, more malevolent being is Kelimvor. He is the judgment, the judge of souls, and is deemed to be quite harsh. of people's decisions, and has been deemed malevolent due to that. Again, depending on who you talk to, but I'm in the arc of his judgment being benevolently harsh. But they both wear a plain white mask. But that is all, at least, that I can think of, unless there's a new one to hit the books of the gods.
No, I think not. Thank you. That was my only real question.
Understood.
Thank you for your time and your kindness.
It is
I
my
suppose
pleasure.
I won't have much time to forget it.
I suppose not. All right. And he stands up, knocks on the door, walks out backwards, still looking at you as the door closes.
I immediately go to the window and I'm going to try and listen for what the fuck is happening in Belle's cell.
Perception.
Perception. I can't see. No, thank you, 17.
17. Okay. You will hear the same cadence of events where Laurel enters in. There's some muted conversations. And there is a somewhat same discussion that arises. And you will hear Belle speaking about certain family events, of how she wishes that she had a better relationship with her sisters, and
I don't necessarily. I'm just trying to see if they're conversing about anything else that isn't strictly necessary for Laurel's duties. Once I'm sure that they aren't, I will back away and give her privacy.
I see. Okay. 17's pretty okay. You will hear Laurel speak about you and extends your apology. And you will hear Belle say, I should probably speak to her before this all happens. And Laurel will reply, I believe you do.
How very interesting. Anyways, I will back away from the window once I've heard that. Actually, no, I'll stay by the window. I don't know if we've had it kind of sort of confirmed for us that that probably the goddess that's reached out to us is in fact the Raven Queen. I don't remember if we've had that.
It's never been officially confirmed, set in stone. Yes.
Yeah. But follow the blackbirds.
Follow the blackbirds, the white mask, the whole 9 yards. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna kneel down by the window, and all of this is inside my head. I'm not saying any of this out loud. I don't recall if I've ever done this. I have no idea if there's words that I'm supposed to say. But, well, you know what's to happen, I'm sure. You know the merry mess that we've gotten ourselves into. If this is it, don't let my death be in vain. I'll think about it for a little bit longer. I'll just say, mentally, right, well, let's see what's to be done. And I am going to whistle a couple of notes of Inra's song to summon Theridor, and I am going to ask very quietly and very clearly, where the fuck are Robert and Val and Chorus
And I think that's a good place to jump over to the ship crew.
Yay! Boat
All right.
time, yay!
Boat time, yay. All right, ship crew.
Well,
Oh. So,
I'm just gonna assume Robert is seasick.
oh, abso-fucking-lutely love that idea.
Perfect.
So, the same amount of time has gone on for Robin and Val on the ship. Is there anything before I kind of cut into the floor here that the two of you would have wanted to do, would have liked to do, would have discussed? It doesn't have to be in character because, Spider, I understand you are dying.
Hold on.
So, is there anything at all that comes to mind?
Just making sure all our weapons and items are secure and prepared because we don't know what's about to happen. Make sure. Wow, I had forgotten the captain's name.
Chorus.
Chorus. Making sure he's good for whatever plan we're up to.
Okay.
I forget, it's been like 3 weeks. Did we have somebody that was actively talking to Theridor? Or
Yes,
Eshaelle?
Cordelia.
Okay.
The sea hag aunt.
Can I tell her to let one of them know that if they feel like they're being whisked away by some magical means, just let it happen?
Okay. yeah,
'Cause-
totally. Yeah.
Theridor knows Vortex Warp. I don't think I've had a Vortex Warp Eshaelle yet.
You have not. Theodor's going to be the only one that's
No.
going to recognize it and be like, I know what this...
It's like a Lethal Company, the little like lightning things around here.
That's if y'all get to us in time. I will say it's going to be a lot easier to grab us if we're standing on a platform about to be, hanged.
Mm-hmm.
God, that's going to be funny if you guys get here in time.
Hey, Maxwell, I know you got this rope around my neck. You want to see it eat?
If you're going to kill me, at least do it with my cuffs off so that I have some dignity. Oh, wait! That was restricting the magic!
Woo! Alright, so as you guys are preparing, making sure that everything is all set, gear is ready, you guys are primed and ready to go. For whatever the plan is going to be, whatever is going to happen, you are getting bits and pieces of information from the source that is Theridor. And it only happens at most twice a day through a 25 to 50 word limit. It's going to be a lot. But on the day before, I'm going to make this very clear to the players, on the day before, not the day before, the morning of that day, so before Laurel has arrived, that morning, Cordelia is locked away into her quarters, as the crew has been asking Chorus, and asking you guys as well, what is the plan? What are we doing? They have been preparing, they've been sharpening swords, getting ballistas ready, getting themselves armored and ready, but with no plan, and they are getting anxious as you guys are arriving in Molderport that day.
Uh-oh.
You are several hours out, and nobody knows a thing. And Chorus steps in, trying to explain to them, Cordelia is trying to communicate with the people who can give us that information. We are flying very close to the sun. I understand. But we do have good information. It just trickles to us. We have to be ready for when we are given orders and plans. I understand that you all want more. You want to know what your statuses will be, what we are all doing as a crew. Believe me, I do as well. But have faith in Cordelia. She has not led us wrong once before. And we cannot look to them, points to Robert and Val, to have any more information than Cordelia does. They were imprisoned. We whisked them away. They are just as confused and needing of information as you all are. All that they know is where their friends are and that they are willing to fight to help. And he just kind of he gives it a big shrug and a slap of the thighs. I know we are approaching within the day, but I cannot offer you information yet. We need to wait for her. But I promise information will be there. And Chorus will actually, after this speech, the crew is, they're disgruntled, but they understand. A battle is a battle. War is war. Whatever that war looks like, you're not always going to know everything. You just gotta hope that the people who are telling you what to do know what the fuck they're doing. And they have enough faith in Chorus and Cordelia to let that happen. Though if this does go south, that trust will probably go to the shitter. So as much as their lives are on the line, for Chorus as well, his life included, he's also trying to keep a family together. There's a lot riding on this for him. So he's trying to be truthful and hopeful and promising as much as he can without deceiving them. And without deceiving you guys as well. But he will go and into Cordelia's abode, and over the course of a few hours, actually, he will be gone. He will be in there, and you all will be there with the crew. For anybody who isn't doing necessary actions for the ship, everybody is above deck, talking, thinking, some gentle music being played to help calm some nerves. But everybody is wondering. And then finally, as you all are about maybe a few hours, fewer hours, from shore, probably about 2 to 3, Cordelia marches outward ahead of Chorus. And with expediency, she comes hobbling down the stairs, to which everybody's attention is suddenly on her and Chorus. And where everybody's looking to Chorus for the explanation of what's to come, he actually steps aside. And Cordelia is the one to speak.
Everyone, gather round. I can't project as much as I used to. Everyone, get close, please. We don't have much time. Come.
Everybody approaches, and people start getting on one knees or sitting down. That way others can stand above them, and everybody can see Cordelia. I want Val and Robert to both make perception and insight checks.
Oh. 11 and a 7.
11 and a 7.
No
okay.
insight here.
I'm actively throwing up.
Robin actively throwing up. Val, on the other hand, will at least notice that Cordelia looks exhausted. There's no hiding that. She doesn't... being a sea hag, she already doesn't look healthy. The sea hag, shall we say, curse, does horrid things to a humanoid body. Emaciated, changing of facial features, all that stuff. She doesn't look great, but for some reason she just looks exceptionally tired. Her eyes aren't even fully open all the way. Even though that she was running down the stairs with expediency, she's shaky, and she can't hide it. Excuse me. She might also be coughing like that. As everyone is gathered around, and you all, or at least Val, clocks that, she says,
"We have information on what is to come, as our dear friends here had somewhat of a plan of rescuing and she's stumbling hugely. This isn't just me stumbling, this is her stumbling. As much as we had an initial plan to make this less of a fight and more of a strenuous conversation, it seems that this is going to be a fight."
Looks to Val and Robert.
"Your friends are to be hung today.
Shit.
I know where.
And she calls over their cartographer.
Bring blank parchment, please, and somebody, for God's sakes, grab me a stool.
And they bring over a barrel. They bring her over a stool, and some blank parchment is set down, and she's given just a piece of charcoal, and with her shaky hand she draws out the most simplified map of Mulderport right there for everybody to see. She marks the docks. She marks basically just that, the shell of the city, and she says,
"This is where they will be
executed." And she points at the peninsula that what you guys would remember was where the silver platter is and the temple. She points with her middle finger down on the paper.
They will be here. We need to get at least you two over there. The rest of us, for what's about to happen, we need to be a distraction. So long as the guard does not focus on them,
and like aggressively taps that area,
then we will be doing our job. They have a job to do.
And points to Robin and Val.
They have a job to do. And we do need to make louder noise than they can. We need to be the threat first.
And everybody kind of like looks around, and one of the voices of the crew pipes up. And then what's the plan after that? Okay, we fight, and then what's the end? Where does it stop?
It stops when their friends, when Theridor and Eshaelle are no longer under threat of execution. And when the parties who caused all this are no longer a threat. I cannot tell you what that will look like, but I'm sure it will happen.
And everybody just kind of... There's a silence.
It will happen. Now, what we have to do as a crew is take over the docks.
And everybody just kind of looks around. Over the docks?
Yes. Take over the whole damn thing. Right about now, there should only be merchant ships. Nobody is a naval ship. We just have to hold it. We have to have the guards focus on us. And as long as we do not make a problem before we are anchored in, then the navy that we will be passing through, well, they won't shoot us out of the water before we get there.
She pauses, starts to like collect her breath, and Chorus kind of comes over and like puts a hand on her shoulder, and she just kind of like taps it and like waves him off.
I will be doing my best to assist as well. I may be an old bitch, but I still got some tricks up my sleeve. And look.
And she points to the sky with index finger and the shaky hand, thumb out to the side.
It's raining.
There's a crooked smile on her face.
This is where I excel. This is where we excel. We can do this. There will be a sign. There will be a sign when the deeds are done. And we will have guidance. We just have to hold on until the word is spread that at least Maxwell Zent is no longer a threat. And hopefully along with him, Dolly Tash. The hope is that once those two are...
what's the word that I'm looking for?
Incapacitated?
Incapacitated, thank you.
Once those two are incapacitated, the hope is that the forces will be confused. They won't know what to do. The battle may be long, but we just have to hold out. It's a gamble, but it's one that I think we can manage. Do you all trust me? Do you all trust each other?
There's a hesitation, but not as a no, but as a where are you going with this? And there's collective nods and yes, we do. Yes, of course.
Then we will succeed.
And she looks over to Val and Robert.
Now the trick is getting you to that peninsula as fast as possible.
I do have a dragon for such an occasion.
Indeed you do, my friend, but I'm not sure that your dragon may be fast enough.
What do you propose?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, Robin Sears will just perk up and like dart his eyes over to the catapult.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Cordelia clocks that.
Oh dear God.
Fast.
That... Holy shit, that's gonna work. Oh my god, that's going to work.
And she like grabs you guys as Chorus kind of takes over talking to the crew for a bit, and like guides you guys to the top deck's catapult. And she says, "Climb in for a moment. I need to see if you both fit."
Thank god I can make my dragon tiny.
Yes. And you both like, it's snug, but like you both fit in there. And she just keeps like, "Holy shit." She yells out, "Bags, get up here!" And Bags runs, adjusts, and was like, and looks at it, and Cordelia just kind of explains the plan. And they both look at each other and simultaneously, "Oh shit."
Yes, I think we can launch you. It will get you there much sooner than the dragon, I think.
And I have Featherfall.
Wow. All right. That's how we get you there. Once we are beyond the Navy ships, we will launch you. Oh boy.
And
Hell yeah.
Robert, roll eavesdropping.
About 11.
11? That's good enough. You're noticing that Chorus has gathered the crew very close and is speaking to them not in hushed tones, but quieter, not projecting. He's telling them something. He's informing them of something. And
I'll try.
oh, what was it?
I was just gonna say I'm gonna try to like scoot over a little bit and listen in.
Okay, I'll have you roll again.
Cool. Much better. 22.
Holy moly! All right, 22. Your ears twitching and picking up on what Chorus is saying, and in his lower tone says, "Here is exactly the plan. All right. We hold the docks. We wait for the forces of the peninsula to take care of Maxwell and Dolly and rescue Eshaelle and Theridor. Once the signal goes up, we will know. We just have to hold until the forces become confused enough. The signal will be an explosion in the sky. We will know. And hopefully the forces above will be able to do their part. We just have to wait until they surrender. We split the forces. We split." And then it kind of like trails off a little bit. It seems that Chorus is telling them a lot more than Cordelia did for some reason. And it seems that like, even though that he's kind of repeating the details, and like because it wasn't a natural 20, it was still a 22, I'm giving you that much. He's just extrapolating a lot more, to which the crew is starting to understand a little bit more.
Okay.
But yes, overall, it is just Chorus is extrapolating a lot more details, explaining a lot more moving parts to the crew than Cordelia was. All about what their job is supposed to be, what signal they're waiting for, what that signal is going to look like, and what is happening above on the peninsula while they hold the docks and grab the attention of guards and any militia that they try to raise to combat them. They are the distraction.
Gotcha.
And with that, we will briefly go back over to the jail crew. Because
I love my box.
I love my box.
Love my box lots and lots.
All right. After some time passes, Eshaelle, little bird will arrive in your cell, and Belle will
quickly scoot out of the way.
Appear in your cell. A few hours after Laurel has come and gone.
Yep.
Hello, dear.
I take it you've heard the news too, then.
I've known the news.
I see.
I've known it for a while now, and I'm sorry. I'm the one who should be apologizing to you.
I am going to look at her for a moment and tilt my head and really consider her. And then I'm going to say, I give you all the benefit of the doubt that I possibly can. You're up to something, aren't you?
Yes, I am, and I wasn't... Listen, I'm going to be honest with you, because I don't know how all this is going to happen. I don't know what's going on.
That's fine.
But-
The best plans are the ones that we come up with as we go anyways.
Yes, but it seems that... Listen, I just need to get this off my chest to you, in case things go really south for either of us. I knew that Maxwell and Dolly were ready to execute us. They were waiting for your other friends to arrive. But... well, they got impatient. I don't even think they know that... Yeah. Listen, I just thought... I don't know you well enough. I didn't know if you would talk. I didn't know if you would say anything. But... yes, there have been plans. Obviously, you know I've been leaving the cell. There have been plans to get us rescued, yes.
Bill, you don't know anything.
Just... thank you for understanding, but also... I couldn't go forward with whatever's about to happen without telling you.
I appreciate that.
I don't know what it's going to look like out there. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't even know if the help is there. Truthfully, I don't anymore.
Would I be able to, like, would I know that they're almost here, they're coming in? Or that they were, less than a day out last time we talked?
Yes. I'm going to say... Well, yeah, here's going to be a little bit of a chain of events thing. After Theridor had talked with Laurel, in the few hours later, and a little bit before... actually, no, probably around the same time, actually, as you are talking to Belle right now, Theridor is going to get a message from Cordelia stating that, and I'm just going to put this in not sending terms, but just, basic, telling Theridor the crew is on the way, they are almost there, rescue is coming.
And this is something that I can send back, right?
Yes.
I had faith. I still have it. I trust you.
Can I just shout over, get me my robe and my spell book and I'll be okay? No, I won't do that, but that's what I'm thinking.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to think if there's one little extra facet of information I kind of want to slide in there.
I might tell her that there is a chance. I'm just going to study her for a moment and then go, there's certainly a chance, but isn't there always?
Always. Just, I guess be ready for anything.
I do believe I was born ready.
We only have a few hours.
It's not like I can remember that.
We only have a few hours, dear. Make your preparation.
I will.
And as she says, make your preparations, the rain outside starts to fall heavily.
Oh. I will look towards the rain. Do I know anything about sea bags? Or would this just be kind of a, that's some cool weather?
That's some cool weather.
All right, never mind. I won't say anything. I'll just go, You should probably get back before the storm gets too much worse.
I should.
And Belle? And I will offer her a hand. I'll see you on the other side.
She takes your hand, holds it. See you there. And she will leave through the window. And these few hours pass by. In this little cutscene I shall weave for you, Theridor, Eshaelle, you both sit in the cell making your preparations for whatever's about to come. Val, Robert, you do the same. Weapons ready, getting gear prepared, getting ready for whatever fight's about to happen. All that you know, Robert and Val, is that you need to get to that peninsula and you need to rescue them. That's all that you've been told. That's all that you have heard. But with Robert, it's, with Robert's eavesdropping and with some other context clues, it seems like there is some sort of plan in motion that for some reason you are all not being told the full story about. For one reason or another. And you two can clock that. I'm going to say that you guys have enough of an insight to work that through together. Now the question is, for Robert and Val, does it matter?
I'd say no for Robert, because it's the only shot he has.
You mean same. This is all we got.
All right. As is in combat or war, you may not always know what's to come, but all that you know is that you need to do the job. This is it. This is your only shot, whatever that looks like. Time passes. Theridor and Eshaelle. The doors swing open to your cell, and there are heavily armed guards. And quite roughly, they just kind of barge in, restraining the both of you, and they put burlap sacks over your heads. And you are dragged out. You are dragged outside where you suddenly feel the rain cascading over your bodies, soaking you to the bone.
Great, I'm being waterboarded in this bag.
I was thinking the same damn thing. I was like, oh my god, I'm being waterboarded. Are you kidding me?
It does become a little hard to breathe, but you make it through. You feel sloshing mud underneath your feet. And then you start to hear... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, they didn't pat me down at all?
No.
Okay.
They did not.
Okay.
They bring you to a point where you start to hear muttering, murmuring, and people calling out and screaming. Some in just almost like a cheer. Others in like a jeering, like throwing jeering comments at you. And you hear an orator speaking about the execution of these criminals will be on public display for all to see. That way, yada yada, all the usual boisterous bullshit of somebody propagating, the disdain for those about to be executed publicly. And as you are brought around, stone starts to meet your feet, and then wood, as you are all sent to be standing, and you start to feel ropes around your necks. And as the ropes are solidly around your necks, the burlap sacks are removed, and you see a crowd before you, ready to watch you die. And that is where we will end a session. Well, if spells are put together and character sheets are ready, I think we're ready to go.
We're back, baby.
We're back.
Yeah.
We're back, baby.
Exciting.
And Gray's sick, so everybody's gonna have to live with that. Anyways,
No, baby.
Sombrero, put a little thermometer in my bird mouth. Thank you. So, where you guys had left off, specifically you guys, you had survived the Oblivion ruins with Theridor, Robert, Val, and Eshaelle. You guys made it back to Timbermore, had some revelations of, I guess, connections between the two groups. Coincidental at best, fate at worst.
Not fate.
Dear God, not fate. And after a conversation, or many a conversation, you all went your separate ways. You guys staying at the Apple Bushel Inn, and the other group staying at the inn whose name I can't remember off the top of my head. So, but throughout the next day, many things occurred for the other group, which included them getting arrested, well, captured.
Oh, no.
By bounty hunters. And we will start off with Inra, actually. I'm going to move you guys to the Timbermore board.
When's the last time we saw Inra?
Oh, been
Yesterday.
a bit. No, technically yesterday, yeah.
Oh, yeah, and then he apparently wasn't coming on an adventure anymore.
Yeah, he no longer had any interest, let alone felt comfortable and safe continuing with the group, and said a somewhat rushed goodbye. But we pick up with Inra, not in town necessarily, but at one of the town's landmarks. A stone, a fairly large boulder, full of vegetation, flowers, small trees growing out of it. And he's laying on it, just barely coming back to consciousness. And he's alone. And as Inra slowly opens his eyes, his ears ringing, his head pounding, he feels disgusting. He feels sweaty. He feels nauseous. And as he rolls over and his blurred vision becomes a little bit more clear, certain memories come back to him of a drow and a few others finding him at the Apple Bushel Inn and collecting him, saying that they needed to find the people he had traveled with. And through some forms of events that are no longer clear to him, he remembers being poisoned and falling unconscious, but more a forceful sleep. And as this revelation comes to him, he jolts up, and immediately he feels sick, and his body is weak, like when you have a fever. His world is topsy-turvy. He's just feeling tingles from head to toe, and he takes stock of what's around him. There is blood everywhere. On the stone where he laid, and the grass nearby, and he sees scorch marks and erupted earth. He sees the remains of a encounter. I'm gonna roll something for him.
Hopefully a nice warm blanket. My God.
Uh-oh, Inra.
Uh-oh, Inra.
What did you do?
Nothing is. That's what he did and what he couldn't do.
Dude, what did do around you?
Okay. He tries to get to his feet and stumbles, and he starts to crawl as he just he whispers to himself, no. And he sees something glinting in the now sunset. He's been out for almost the whole day. He sees a medallion in the grass. As he crawls over to it, he sees that the medallion has an H carved into it, and he would recognize that as Theridor's holy symbol. And he holds it in his hand, tightening his grip around it till his fingers turn white, and he starts breathing deep and heavily. He gets himself to his feet and begins to make a run back to town, over and under hills, through tall grass that moves like waves in the wind. He runs. He stumbles. He can't properly put one foot in front of the other. And at a certain point, he trips and falls and rolls down a hill. He just has to lay there, forced to stare up at the evening sky, and thinks he wants to yell out. He wants to scream. He wants to call out their name, but he knows they aren't there. As he picks himself back up and begins to run forward, whatever poison was coursing through his veins wants out, and he vomits. He barely has any energy to move, but he keeps going. To you all, in the Apple Bushel Inn, the day has gone by with relative monotony, maybe a little bit of boredom. You all had probably taken the rest after the night prior to do your own thing. And as evening comes around, you all begin to get settled. There is a gentle knocking at least, assuming that you all were separate. I'm going to say Buckthorn. I'm just pulling this one out of the hat. There's a gentle knock at your door. And
I go to answer it.
It is the innkeeper. It's a wood elf, black hair, shaved on both sides, but very long on top, so they kind of have it pulled back into a ponytail in the back, low hanging. They say, I'm sorry to bother you late in the evening, but there is a very troubled young man downstairs looking for, I believe you?
Well, let me go see the lad. I'll head downstairs.
As you head down the stairs, the other patrons of the inn seem to have their eyes locked onto a particular spot in the gathering place here. And there aren't that many people, but it's enough for you to still notice. And you see on a stool leaned up against the bar is Inra. He is in disgusting, sweaty clothes. He looks sick, and there is a bloody handprint on the left side of his face.
Quick. I think I want to do a quick insight check.
Okay.
On Inra.
Go for it.
Like, what do I just get in the moment of seeing him beyond, like, the fact that he's clearly in a bad way physically?
Yeah. Okay. 18.
That's an 18.
He is distraught. Looking past the physical stresses that he's going through, looking into his eyes as his eyes meet yours from you coming down the stairs, he's been crying. He's absolutely distraught, and he looks about ready to collapse.
I think Buckthorn immediately goes up to him, and would it be worthwhile to cast Lesser Restoration on him?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, totally.
Okay, in that case, I will do that immediately, just like purge whatever lingering disease or poison is on him, because he clearly looks like shit.
Mhm.
And then say, "You're looking awful. Let's have this conversation up in the room."
He nods, and through some deep breaths, he tries to mumble a few things, but he just stops himself and latches on to you.
I'm going to head up and summon the others, basically.
Okay.
For some reason, I have it in my mind that Kim and Asher share a room.
I mean, they probably do. They've been traveling together for a while, so I can see that.
Yeah.
Do we share a room, cousin?
I don't know if Howlin is willing to do that. Buckthorn doesn't mind sharing. I don't know if Howlin does.
Oh, yeah.
Because he is an only child.
Right. I feel like Helen is doing loot things on... That is loot the instrument, not stealing. Like on a balcony on the roof, just perched somewhere. However, I will come when beckoned.
Yeah, Asher's going over his notes, but when he's called, he'll put them down, glance at Kim, and go to follow.
Yeah. I think what Buckthorn has done is like tried to give Inra a chance to like wash up with some water in a basin and a cloth, just like get the taste of vomit out his mouth, you know, and like a cup of tea, and be like, clearly something terrible has happened to you. We will listen to you. Catch your breath first.
Okay. I think if I am informed to come, Helen is probably going to enter the room, assuming it's just going to be you, and then see Inra, and immediately, like, proclaim, Inra has returned.
I think I would have said that, like, anyone. I think I would have said that, like, Inra's in my room, I would like you to come. Something bad's happened. I would say at least that much.
You got to get that out? Because... Just checking.
I hope so. I mean...
Sure.
Would you have listened?
Maybe if you just said Inra's back, I just went, Inra's back, and then jumped into the room.
Sure.
Helen, as you proclaim Inra's back, he will look up from the wash basin over to you, and you will be able to see just how, to put this in eloquently, fucked up he is.
Yeah, I immediately recoil. Goodness gracious, were you in a hunt?
In a way, but more like the prey.
I'm looking at Buckthorn with that urgency of, you know what to do about this. What's happening?
Tell us what happened, Inra.
He holds the wet cloth to him and looks down at the fact that there is blood on it. Blood that he didn't even recognize was on his face. And he's shaking, not from emotional turmoil, but probably the residual of what has happened to his body. He's still pale, he still has these bags under his eyes, and just feels overall terrible, but he looks at the cloth, looks up at you guys. Yeah, I got taken. Some bounty hunters grabbed me and used me as bait because they wanted to get the others. They wanted to get Theridor, Robert, Val, and Eshaelle, and they used me. I don't know what happened after, but I don't think they're safe. And he holds out Theridor's holy symbol and holds up the cloth with the blood on it now. This is all my fault.
It was not your fault.
Let me tell you something. How they found me. I made a choice to help somebody, or at least who I thought I was going to be helping. And it got me in a bad way. And those four found me and helped me. Then they decided that they wanted to do more. They made some very powerful people very angry. And this whole time, they've been looking for them. Not even for me, for them. I'm the one who started this. And now they're paying for it. This is my fault.
Imra, listen to me. You cannot hold yourself accountable for the actions of others.
He's looking at you, but make an insight check.
Sure. Oh, not very good, Dish.
16.
Not good for me.
Yeah, not good for you, but overall it's still pretty decent. He's hearing you, but you're not sure if he's listening to you.
That's fair. He's in the middle of it. But it's important to say nonetheless.
Can I quickly ask too, could he benefit from healing at the moment?
He got a lesser restoration, so he's not wounded otherwise, except, for his heart and soul.
Right, so not physically wounded?
No.
Not missing HP, just...
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Just yucky. Just yucky and need some sleep, probably.
Yeah, and the blood that was on him was not his own.
Okay, well... Okay. Anyway, Buckthorn says, do you know where they would have taken your friends?
I do. I know.
Where is that?
Boulderport. All the way south.
I'm gonna look up at the rest of the party.
We just happen to be going that way, don't we?
Inra looks at you, Kim, and there's a look of shock. He kind of sees where this is going.
Helen looks at Kim. Were we? I thought our journey was in the other direction. I'm quite certain our journey was leading in the other direction, wasn't it?
I have no objections. Asher's been leaning against the wall near the door, listening. No place to be.
If you intend to say that we are going to assist, then, well, that's a different story altogether.
Are you willing to assist, cousin?
Me, of course.
Well, there you have it, then.
Inra's jaw has slowly been dropping. Look, I'm very thankful for that. Are you sure you want to get caught up in my mess?
I think we're relatively sure.
Okay. All right.
Helen looks ready to go on a spiel. I feel like only because Buckthorn spoke, there was like a big breath, like he was about to say something long-winded, and then Buckthorn spoke. Just in case Inra wants to say one more doubtful thing.
Okay. But look, I'm not gonna have you come along with me for nothing. Okay? Just... if there's something I can do for you, you let me know, okay? Anything. Anything at all.
I'm gonna put a giant hand on his head. Say, get some rest.
Okay. Okay. I will.
We'll set Inra to have a short rest. We've mostly been resting throughout the day, so we're pretty fresh. I think what most of what Buckthorn has been doing today is just writing letters, because that's his job when he's not being a wandering weirdo. So we could let Inra rest up a little bit, find a relatively swift means of passage, and just get going. Do we have the map, any chance?
But for the sheer fact that you have Asher in your party, yeah, you got a map.
Continent map.
Yeah.
Yep. You have a detailed map.
Thank you, Asher.
He probably
I don't know whether this
already
is
on trying to map us out a good pathway to Arkenstrom.
Because the other thing
going-
that I can do is turn into a horse.
Oh. Boastful.
That seems.
Why?
Yeah.
We do have the cart in Igmit too.
Yeah, we've got several means of transport. Wait, do we have the cart in Igmit? Were they?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Because Igmut is Inra's.
Yeah, I was getting worried.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
no.
Igmut has been saddled.
Impounded.
Parked.
Stable?
Yeah.
Impounded.
Somebody repoed Igmut.
Stabled.
Yes.
Stabled.
Oh, that's an unaccompanied bike. Gotta tow it.
That's unaccompanied
I don't think
aurochs.
Igmit would let himself be towed.
Igmut tows you.
Would need a heavy duty tow truck.
Would traveling by sea be an option? And would that be a faster option? I know that might make us miss even the bounty hunters because they couldn't have gotten far. But it's just a thought that crossed my mind because there is they are ports. We are near the ocean, and I know the ocean is very dangerous as well. So that's just something I'm tossing out there. Not necessarily a good idea, but exploring all the
it's an
options
idea,
we have.
It is an idea.
By the way, when I asked for the map, I meant as a player.
Yeah,
Can I see?
I
what
will
the-
also
the-
get that for
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
As Asher, I also have that just
Nice.
in
So
my stuff.
DM to players on this one because I was figuring travel here. Good luck getting Igma on a boat. Number one.
Oh, sweetie.
Yeah, he doesn't like boats. But the travel by ocean is going to be a little longer than if you were going by land, believe it or not. One, because oh boy, it's dangerous. Super duper dangerous, and the likelihood of bad things happening to then delay you is very high. But also just somehow how the grid works. Not really sure on that one. The shortest route would be not following the roads and hugging the coast
Mm-hmm.
as far down as you can.
Is
But
there a
Inra's gonna have some 2 cents in as far as travel time goes, or as far as travel goes.
Is there a good way to cross this river here? Because I can see a river from Timbermore, and we hug the coast, and then there's this river by Kalcheth.
Yeah, there is a means of getting across. They do have a ferry system to go from one end to the other. Think of that river about the width of the Mississippi River here in the U.S., but times 2.
Oh, good.
I see.
No reference at all for us Australians.
It's
I'm assuming large.
It's very big.
It's very wide. It's
Yeah.
very wide. You might. Okay, so instead of thinking of a river as, say, a highway, think of it as a block of a city
Okay.
Oh.
made of water. It's
Mm.
big. Rivers are big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it's a big one, and they do have ferries to get across. So relatively easy enough. You gotta just pay for it.
My other kind of thought and question is, do we have any idea, probably not, but do we have any idea how the bounty hunters were traveling themselves? Because my thought is maybe we can cut them off at the pass before they even get to Mulderport. So if we take the same road as them, we might be able to catch up.
The means of which Inra's not aware of, but I will say Inra
We could,
is
while Inra is sleeping, return to the scene of the crime.
that is
Yeah.
true. Can
I
do
was
that.
actually going to suggest that to see if we could track.
Sure. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was.
DM, what you were saying?
Inra, in his less poisoned state, will recall that the Drow bounty hunter had at the scene of the crime, as it was, had a fairly large, metal construct with them, looking like a spider. If anybody's proficient in Arcana, I'll let you do the roll. If you're not proficient in Arcana, then just anybody can do an intelligence check.
I technically am, thanks to my whispers. They're giving me proficiency in Arcana right now.
Yeah, go crazy.
Nice.
Nice.
Give it a shot.
Tasty.
Ooh, that's a 24.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
All right. Yeah, you will absolutely know what Inra would be referring to. They had a retriever with them.
Oh, that's nasty.
Yeah. So a retriever is a construct that is specifically meant to collect people. It is basically bound to one person as like the master, the controller. And when the master gives the retriever a quarry, as long as they are on the same plane of existence, they know exactly where that quarry is at all times. So that's how they found the party, but also they have this fun little ability to be able to teleport.
Oh, good.
I see. Okay, that's where the
Yeah.
problem lies. Yeah,
Yeah.
Asher will relay
Yeah.
that to the team. Like, okay, just the fastest way, then don't worry about it.
Right.
Maybe we could. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't track them. They teleported, and that is arguably incredibly difficult to track.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say, while you guys are like planning, I'm imagining us all kind of like huddled at the other side of the room that Inra's sleeping in.
Yeah.
I don't think that we'll be leaving him alone, actually, especially considering it was like they tracked me and, you know, stole my team. I would say, I don't know if it offers anything mechanical, but Howlen would be doing like the equivalent of playing gentle sleeping music in the background with the bardic inspiration
Aww.
active.
Song of
you know?
Rest.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
Ash
that
has just
kind of
pulled
thing.
out like 8 different maps in the corner, all these papers, and he's writing all these things down.
For playing these soft, soothing music, mechanically, you get an inspiration dice.
Aww.
No.
Helen can be nice.
Howlen seems unfamiliar with the sight of a very troubled companion.
Aw.
That's very telling.
What is this? Losing? Ugh. I'm not usually friends with the prey. Therein lies the issue.
Well, it's a good start. Cool. Okay.
Hey,
Good.
is this meant to feel bad?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Congratulations. You're learning.
100%. This is supposed to feel terrible.
And that's why we do something about it. So yeah.
Yeah.
I think we let Inra get a long rest. We ready ourselves as much as we can. I'll talk to Igmut and be like, hey, Inra got hurt really bad.
I forgot you can talk to animals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
I get too, sort of.
Oh.
Yeah, finding Igmut, I mean, he'd recognize you. He would not meet you immediately with hostility.
So should I do a persuasion check or a animal handling check?
Honestly, if you are bringing up Inra, you don't have to.
Okay, cool. Well, in that case, I will just say Inra is very hurt. His friends have been stolen away. We are going to help him find his friends. You will take us there as soon as Inra is well enough to walk.
When you mention that, you see like Igmut's eyes kind of looking at the ground, kind of jotting between certain points in the stable. And he doesn't say anything back to you. But instead what he does is he just breaks the door
Oh,
Sweetie.
and walks out.
I love this guy.
And he like waits for you to lead him to where Inra is.
I'm sorry, but I don't think they'll let you up the stairs.
There's just a snorting grunt, and he just starts walking.
I'm sure we'll find him soon.
If anything, Igma will wait outside the apple bushel and probably scare off a few people.
Yeah.
But he will wait there. He's in no way, shape, or form willing to stay in the stables if the situation has changed.
Makes sense.
Good boy.
He's a good...
I feel like that's an understatement.
he's a good big Auroch that will...
I'm a big man. Can't wait for him to gut someone for us.
Yeah.
He is the fan favorite. Everyone's favorite NPC is an Auroch. So is there anything else that you guys wanted to discuss, handle, go do before Inra finishes his rest?
I mean, I wouldn't mind checking like the crime scene just to kind of get a feel for what these people are capable of. We know about the big spider that can teleport and steal and track, so that's a bad time. But like just like maybe an investigation roll just to kind of gather any further information we can about these people we're about to confront.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, just an investigation check or survival. I'll allow as well for anybody who wants to do either of those two.
That's a nat 20.
Oh, shit, that was...
Well, all right then.
Would survival get us anything else on this? Because then I'll roll survival.
It gets you different answers.
Okay.
Go, boy, go.
Go ahead.
Go, white boy, go, white boy, go.
I don't think
Not a nat 20, but a 19 total.
Okay, 19.
Dang.
So,
Okay, high rollers.
Yeah, yeah. We'll start off with the survival. So, with the 19, you will find that they had set up an ambush. You will be able to see where they were hiding in bushes. You'll be able to see where they were hiding on the boulder, what they were behind and what have you.
No, there are more.
Boop. Boop.
Oh my god. Okay.
Boop. Boop. This was a bait and capture in the trap, as it was. Totally and completely. And it seemingly worked, obviously. They had ranged opportunities with seemingly heavy crossbows. And you will also be able to see, let me see, specifically for the survival, there are a lot of like armor pieces strewn about. Not armor sets, I'm talking pieces of armor that were blown off of whoever was wearing that armor.
Is it Theridor?
Interesting.
Ooh, you know what? With the Nat 20 investigation, a little bit yes, a little bit no. Actually, a lot of it no, but a little bit yes. Theridor, you are going to be attacked.
Yep.
So a natural 19, high blood golem dice, good to see you again. 11 damage on the first, and then 16 on the second. Immediately slashing down at you, cutting through your armor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
With a nat 20, you'll definitely be able to see that there are these craters that were made from force blasts. You see that where its mouth would be, it opens into two ports that release itself from the face and exposing what looks like a barrel of a gun. And then there's this beam of force as this distortion flies through the air and it hits the stone behind you. And an eruption line leading from, how can I put this? Going towards the massive landmark boulder. As Hema releases her cold breath, Robin launches Agonizing Scourge, turning it into lightning. Lightning strikes not from the sky, but out of the ground, launching dirt and rocks out into the air, and it creates this like a sound wave-like line just right across the earth. So it seems that probably either Eshaelle or Robin went full hog on this and blasted their way to whoever was in their path.
Good.
There's also a boulder, a smaller boulder, that was seemingly moved from, like, dug out of the ground and then actually tossed elsewhere. And what's specifically horrible about that is that there is a massive blood splatter where the boulder landed.
I can throw a rock.
Monkey Theridor picks up the rock that's like right here in his big monkey hand and just overhand tosses it. You see a shadow be cast upon him. As you look to your left, you see a rock flying through the air, and as you look back, trailing the rock through the air, where there was once a man, there is now rock. Hold on, just kind of want to. There you go.
Ooh. I'm not here. I imagine that I would be the one that's like stayed back, but that wasn't one of ours, was it?
No.
No.
That was almost certainly like Robert smashing something.
Robert?
A boulder.
Oh, I see.
But he's my prey.
No, I love the idea of like Asher putting this together like one of those murder mystery shows.
Yeah,
like,
crime scene reconstruction.
Yeah, that's the one. The dramatic reenactment in your mind based off what we saw of them in the last fight.
Yeah, essentially.
Which sucks,
Adjusting
actually.
his glasses and strolling around the scene, very calm. Like none of this is bothering him. He's slowly absorbing the information and taking notes.
I will say for the last bit of the natural 20, you will find at least where Inra was laying. Because looking at his clothes, he actually had a large amount of blood that was on his shirt, laying on like as if he was laying on his side. And you will see that there is like a little mark where obviously a human body was laying, and then a large amount of blood in a pool around that mark. So you can hypothesize either somebody got gravely wounded there, or somebody died right over top of him. 8 damage.
Okay, Eshaelle is down.
Where they had cut you across the chest the first time, the first strike does like an X across, and then as you kind of like stumble back from the hit, they take the handguard of the saber, reach out, and just punch you right in the face. Your head kind of hits off of a stone, and you fall lying down by an Inra.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about, that latter one. Considering the company he keeps.
Quick question. Would casting Detect Magic give me any extra answers?
I will say, so I know that Detect Magic is like, oh, if the magic is there, you'll be able to tell at school. Here's how I'll let you finagle it. If you want to cast Detect Magic, you can cast, or you can use Arcana, or you can just roll your spellcasting ability modifier. So for Druid, that's Wisdom. And if it's high enough, I'll give you a little extra stuff.
Okay. I'll do
Bending of
Wisdom.
the magic rules.
Not great.
No.
It's been hours, so I'm not surprised that I'm not finding anything in particular.
Yeah.
Can I try?
Do you have to take magic?
Oh, right,
as well?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
From being a...
Yeah, Fearbolt.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Gosh, I haven't had a Fearbolt.
Rocks are your specialty.
They are.
Yeah, go crazy. I'll have you do the same thing just for... I don't think the Furbolgs come with a specific, like, oh, it says that a certain stat is your casting ability, so I'll just have you do Arcana.
Yeah, no, that's a 4.
Yeah, 4s across the board. Everyone.
Yeah.
Zeke rolled 2 4s and then.
The trail is cold.
Yeah, both of you casting Detect Magic, there's nothing to be found here. You try your best, but...
You don't succeed.
Yeah. But as far as the scene of the crime goes, there's nothing else to be found.
Okay, let's head out.
Yeah.
I think we will do all the necessary preparation for travel.
Oh, I'd like to buy some potions.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking shop for anything we might need for the journey ahead.
Oh, we have money, right?
Yeah, you guys have money. You have more money than the other group.
Being broke.
Actually, I'm pretty rich in both campaigns, so.
Well, okay, fine.
You are the one with a bank account, so like.
Yeah, with an interest return.
Yeah.
Where is my gold? Oh, wow.
Inventory.
3 digits? Wow.
Oh, damn.
Okay.
Yeah, motherfucker's loaded. So as far as buying things goes, if you guys have anything in mind, yell it out.
Healing potions.
Healing potions, totally. But anything else, just yell it out. I'll give you an arbitrary number and we'll figure it out.
I need a couple crossbow bolts.
Throw down for 1 regular potion of healing.
I'm gonna get 2.
And then I might as well contribute to a potion.
I have a potion, but we'll get another. I'll take another.
Okay, so healing potions. So there's 1 for Asher, 1 for Buckthorn, 2 for Kim, 1 for Howlin?
Yep.
Cool. Okay. God, that's the
I've
most
added mine
healing.
to the inventory.
Thank
As
you.
have I.
Me as well. I've taken off the gold, so we're good to go.
Yep.
I'm going to long rest and re-prepare my spells, if that's all right. Head off in the morning, or do we go through early night?
Ooh. Inra needs to sleep.
He can sleep in the cart. I know it's not comfortable, but we should really get going.
So after collecting what you need and letting Inra have the longest of rests that he can possibly get,
Keep carrying Inra down the stairs like a sleepy child into the car.
Princess.
Early morning road trip. We put a little bedroll under his head so he doesn't jostle too much.
The apple bushel owner will. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. They wouldn't. No, they would. They'd be kind of putting 2 and 2 together at this point, because they will mention to you guys in this exchange that several people on several different occasions came looking for Inra, and the last group that came through, if they are friends of the young man, left their cart and their donkey outside.
Well, we'll sell the cart to the inn and keep the donkey.
For food, right?
You didn't even hesitate.
No, why would I? Our donkey.
He's a diplomat.
Our donkey now.
Our donkey.
Man of action.
Inra will make the interjection of if they bought a cart, I'll leave mine behind. We'll use theirs. I'll come back for it.
Oh, all right then.
Yeah, and looks to the keeper like, you can use it for the time being if that's all right. And they're like, yeah, okay, sure, as long as I don't have to pay for it.
Speaking of paying, how much do we have to pay for the inn?
It will be for 2 rooms, 4 silver.
Kim, you got this?
No, total 4 silver.
I'll do it.
We're in the boonies.
Yeah.
Oh.
1 silver
I'll
each.
get rid
then.
of 1 silver each, yeah.
And looking at the new cart that isn't just a hay wagon as it was. This is an enclosed wagon. So Inra, as you guys are getting yourselves set up and ready to go, and you guys are examining this new lovely cart of yours, he's going to bring up, when not many people are around, look, so I know this is asking a lot, well, to have you guys come with me on this, but just so you know what I have in mind. I've really only been thinking about this for the past 30 minutes, but it's the best I got. The group tried to take on this guy named Maxwell Zen. As far as I could tell, he's a problem. I'll tell you more on the way, but I would like for him to get in trouble. I would like for him to be the one being prosecuted. So I gotta find the proof to do that. And there's only one place that I know that there might be something. There might not. I don't really know because I didn't look at it, but when the group broke into his office, to put it lightly, they took a book out of there. Eshaelle read it. I didn't. But She hid the book in Polpero. I know that much. I'm pretty sure I remember where. So I'd like to find that. Maybe find some incriminating evidence for what he's done. And again, I'll tell you more on the way, but I gotta get there.
Sounds like a good plan.
Right.
We'll elaborate it on the way there. But finding someone to dethrone makes our job a little easier.
Yeah.
Let us head off. We can plan along the way.
Alright.
Asher's already got the map out and kind of recalculating the travel.
Okay. Enra will hook up Igmut, and Enra will look at the donkey and look to you guys. I can't believe they bought a donkey.
You could get some good meat off it.
I feel like Buckthorn covers the donkey's ears.
Howlin nods enthusiastically along with Kim. At least just for the... Howlin probably mentions like the pelt, or whatever you call donkey skin.
The hide.
The hide? You better hide. Sounds like we're gonna eat and skin it. Hopefully skin and eat it, I think in that order.
Yeah.
I don't know, owls.
They mix it up a bit.
Do they? Ew. Polpero, that's... Okay, Dark Rains Marsh?
Yeah, Dark Rains Marsh.
Yeah, so it's on the way there. We just go
en route to my territory, actually. My estate.
Oh, then you're familiar.
I don't know. I might have done hunts there, I don't remember. Has Howlin done hunts there?
Honestly, not unlikely. For the Dark Rains Marsh, yeah, because I'm gonna have you roll history with advantage.
Ooh, that's my favorite song.
History
with advantage. With a decent roll.
That advantage saved you from a nat 1.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh God, the curse is here.
Continues.
The curse is me.
The 19, you will know that a lot of hunters, not just wilders, but wilders included, do go to the Dark Rains Marsh to do their business, whether it is to make money from trapping. Threw me off with that one, goddamn.
The Sarah special.
Thank you, Sarah.
Pooping or throwing people off? Yes.
Sometimes both in the same sentence.
They'll go for trapping, they'll go for hunting, but a lot of wilders, especially younger wilders or those who are just getting into the clan, guild, whatever you wish to call it, they will go there for some of their first hunts. There are many a strange creature and many a dangerous one as well, and many that are honestly pretty rare. So you have definitely been there for at minimum one. So you are familiar enough with it, and you would know about Polpero, because Polpero is the it's the town that is on the edges where they realize that they could do a lot of bartering, do a lot of trade with people who come to the Dark Rains Marsh if they place themselves where they were. So you'd be familiar with the people there for some minimal amount, but still, you know a little bit about it.
I know enough to start prattling. I think as soon as Inra says Polpero, Howland's like, oh, I know Polpero, this will be easy, and then starts talking about like the last time he went there.
Good. We're going to see more of your friend?
Oh, not my friends.
Of course. They're up in their ivory nests.
Well, they're talking.
A look like it's made of ivory. We have ivory. The nests are made of tree. Looking at Buckthorn, what was it called? Branches. Wood. No, there's another word for like specific tree twig terminology that I expect you to know. Don't just say trees are made of wood. I'm not obtuse.
Yeah, that's a big word for you.
Oh, gosh.
I'm gonna keep a personal tally for how many times Kim has said to Howland, "That's a big word for you."
I know. I was just about to say the comeback. I'm like, wait, this is exactly what I said last time, which is, of course it is. I have an amazing vocabulary.
Extensive vocabulary.
Well, they're going off. I think Asher's like kind of tapping into his memory banks and just seeing if there are any stories he's heard back home. Because they had a lot of travelers back home. If there's any stories either about Palpero or Molderpart that he can really like call up right now to familiarize himself with where we're going.
Palpero less so. No more than what Howland knows, truthfully. But with Molderport, I'm gonna have you roll history with advantage as well.
Okay. Nope.
12.
Not much. It's a 12.
It is, it's at most what you will know is that Molderport's its own separate city-state, separated from the colonies after the War of the Keepers, because they got sick, the people who founded it got sick of bullshit, to put it lightly. It's a mercantile city-state. You have money, great, you belong there. Or if you have business to make or do there, congrats, you belong there.
What if my business is to dismantle the entire system?
That doesn't count.
You'll have to take it up with their HR department.
Oh no.
But
The hit and run department.
You will know that it is run by they're just a mercantile council, but they're called the benefactors. Last that you heard, those who were in charge were Bren Mayer, Dolly Tash, Bell Ekro, and Maxel Zent. Those being the 4 on the council right now.
Oh.
Yep, that's how high up this Maxim guy is. So
Yikes.
yeah, Asher will at least mention that if it hasn't been mentioned by Inra.
Yeah, it hasn't been mentioned by him yet.
Yeah, Asher will bring that up. Like, this is the level of person we're trying to bring down here. Everyone should be aware of that.
He has high standing.
Yeah, I would like to do like a little bureaucracy check on the relations of Molderport with Thormarin.
Yeah.
Bureaucracy check. I love that.
Yeah.
It's a legitimate thing.
Yeah.
No, I know. I love it.
Whoa, and you rolled a 14.
All right, so 14. So I'm sorry, I was in the middle of a coughing fit. What
It's
exactly
okay.
were you
Take
looking
your time.
for?
How dare you?
I want to know what the relationships are between Thormarin and the Council of Molderport are at this
None.
moment.
None.
Zero,
Legitimately
okay.
none. They don't. Their influence does not stretch that far inland. Molderport usually just is kind of stuck to the coasts, and but on the flip side, with that 14 and you being honestly a grove tender here, the southern bit of the fairy forest actually has more dealings with Molderport than Thormarin. People will travel down there to barter trade, etc., and pretty much leave it at that. And any fairy folk that want to leave the forest, they'll probably head down that way.
Okay.
Unless they have a cousin in Thormarin.
Unless they have a cousin in Thormarin, yeah.
I have a question. How big is my hand compared to Howland's beak?
Oh. Why do you want to know?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm holding in my hand, let's see, what is this? A small little bottle of Tylenol. And
Environmental storytelling.
Environmental storytelling here. This is not a very tall bottle. I have a ruler here. What is this in centimeters? Okay, it's only 5 centimeters
thanks
tall.
for using centimeters.
Yeah, I got you. So 5 centimeters tall. I'm imagining that is like, if you were to put that in your hand, that is how the size comparison would be from Kim's hand to Howland's beak. So you could just totally like palm the whole damn thing.
Muffle him.
Yeah.
Close it.
How
Okay,
tall are you?
Cool.
How tall are you though?
Like 6'2". I'm pretty short for a bulg.
Okay. Damn, we tall.
How tall are you?
I don't remember, but he can fly, so as tall as I want
So
to
can
be.
I.
Oh,
So-
what the hell?
Not on your own, though.
On my steed.
I think we're both pretty tall.
Yeah.
And then those two. Asher has short energy. Is Asher short?
Asher's average.
Which is short,
So short.
in this
Yeah,
group.
in this particular arrangement, he's probably like 5'7", but compared to the rest of you,
I think Buckthorn is like, what, 5'8", so about, like, slightly taller than Asher, but not by much.
And
We got
there's these
that
guys.
Jason Momoa and his bodyguard's energy.
Kim is taller than Luca, that's all I remember.
Whoa!
Probably like as
Damn.
tall as Damon.
She's stacked.
She's
Yeah.
big.
Anyway,
Yeah. I'm gonna keep
Let
that
us
beak
travel.
knowledge in mind. Let us travel.
Yes, let us travel. So let me pull up my map now because if y'all are sticking with the idea of sticking to the coastline, more than oh boy, come on, feverish brain. I know you can math.
Oh my god, I love maths. Let me do it for you.
Thank you. Let's see. So let's just say Timbermore to Kelchath. Let's just use that as a metric, using the squares.
Yeah, because that's likely when we're going to have to change trajectory to get to Palpero, unless we want to go through the woods, but I kind of feel like maybe we don't.
I think,
Don't we?
like,
No.
on a cart.
Oh yeah, that ain't working.
Yeah, exactly. that's what I'm getting at. Between the woods probably being dangerous and us having a cart, that just seems like a recipe for disaster, so that's not.
Look, it's gonna be enough to, like, get our cart across the river.
Yeah.
Why is that? Howlin, I don't think, has traveled by cart until you guys. I just fly places.
Try to think of other people. Can everyone fly?
I can carry. As can you.
For
Can you
8
carry
hours
the
a day.
cart?
With the petulant energy of I don't like to admit I'm wrong, Howlin goes quiet. Folds his arm and starts playing his lute. Wings. Brother.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna move you guys to the travel board.
Yay, the travel board!
Travel board.
Travel
yippee.
board! Yay, the board!
Also, while the page loads, I'm just gonna say, Helen was like, why would somebody in charge of a council do such nefarious things? So I think you guys have some stuff to explain to me about how the world works.
no.
Oh boy, we really have to like work from
Aw.
the ground up here. We're back in
Aw,
kindergarten social studies.
People are bad.
It's like,
People
here's the
suck.
thing. People with power have the power to get away with doing bad things.
Whatever they want sometimes.
Then why would
Frequently.
they do bad things if they have power?
Because people
You
suck.
haven't had much power in your life, have you?
Oh no.
Helen has like, huh? Helen's like, anyone who has power should surely be doing that to maintain the betterment of blah, 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 blah.
Covers his beak.
One would think.
He's
You'll
learning.
find out.
Lunch.
When you're older.
Lunch is
Oh my
big.
god, that's a huge donkey. That's a lot of
My-
lunch.
That's a lot of lunch.
Cool.
It's a whole coat.
We just named the donkey Lunch.
Oh, yay.
Surname jacket.
Lunch jacket.
At least call it dinner jacket. Come on. Some dignity, please.
Oh, I guess so.
Griffin, that doesn't have Kim writing on it, but it's just a regular one.
Hi, baby.
We
Buckthorn briefly participates in our depravity by being like, at least say dinner jacket. No, wait, don't eat the donkey.
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 Shrek.
Friend. Alright, so we have everybody on the road. You guys can put your minis where you so choose here. Alright.
between Igmut and Jacket.
Mm-hmm.
Lunch.
No.
Mr. Jacket.
Mr. Lunch Jacket Esquire.
Sir
Terrible
Lunch
name.
Jacket.
gonna ask the donkey what it would like to be called.
Oh. Is Asher contributing a name to the donkey?
Where's fantasy name generator? Let me see if
Asher's making sure we stay on track. He's watching the landmarks and sitting by the window.
We
keeping track of our pace.
The name of the donkey.
No, Asher's not taking part in this tomfoolery.
Here's what we're gonna do here. One, because you guys aren't traveling via road, and honestly using the shore more than anything, Inra is driving, but he doesn't have to be the guide. He just needs to be able to not break the cart on rocks or trees. So I'll say at least two of you guys, or excuse me, at most two of you guys can be the guides. And survival can be what you roll for that. And I will also have you guys roll a d4 for random encounters during travel.
Ooh.
Get mine.
I'll roll survival. I've got a +7.
Hell yeah.
Howlin, do you have a high survival, I'm assuming?
+2.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
then I will.
Yeah, I'm not that.
You know,
Unless
I'm
you
also
have
gonna,
something.
I'm actually gonna
Asher?
force Asher to be a part of this. Somebody else can roll survival as well, but I want Asher to roll intelligence with their cartography tools.
Oh, okay.
Great.
Buckthorn?
Sure.
And maybe you can roll a d4.
How do I roll with my tool?
That's a great question. I've yet to figure that out. And honestly, what you can do is just roll intelligence and then add your proficiency to it, and we'll make it work from there.
Not so great. So that's an 8.
8. Okay.
Hmm.
That is the bare
Do you
minimum
want-
to not get anybody lost.
Yay!
It doesn't help you.
Inspiration. Bardic. Am I singing my song about Sancho Lunch Jacket the First? Could that inspire you?
I'm not entirely sure that would be the word I would use, but it
What if
might,
it's inspiring you to not listen to me so you focus better?
maybe it might help
Yeah.
Asher,
Zone
refocus his
out.
attention, like not drift away both on Asher's own problems and focus not on you.
Yeah. I'd do anything not to be listening to this song right now.
Yeah.
Oh god.
So that's a D6 or a D8 at this point?
For
What's your bardic?
Bardic.
Oh, I add one.
It's
A creature other than yourself within 60 feet that can hear you gains an inspiration die, 1d8.
oy. That's a nice inspo dice.
So that's the potential to double it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ooh, 8.
Okay, yeah, it's double to
nice.
16.
Nice.
Okay,
Yeah.
good shit.
14.
Sancho Lunch Jacket the First.
I need out of here. Focus on my work. This has been my whole life. When things get ugly on the outside, we focus on our work, and that's what I'm going to do today.
Wow.
Red
so
flags aboard this card.
All right.
I don't think Howlin knows what a red flag is.
No, not at all.
It's because he is one.
Yes, of course. I only see white flags when they surrender to that. I'll even tell Wilders.
With the 17 and the 16, Buckthorn, you're just helping Inra avoid unfavorable terrain and also maybe falling into a circle of travel by mistake. You keep him on the straight and narrow as far as directions go, and with the cartography skill, Asher, you make sure that anything that has been marked on your specific map, as far as maybe a landmark or where the coastline like ebbs and flows and so on, it keeps you on track for where you guys particularly are during these next couple days of travel. So you're keeping a pretty decent hold on how far you guys have gone, how long you have to go, potentially what to expect. So you're keeping good eyes, both of you. So there are no issues, nobody gets lost, and you guys do not lose nor gain any time. But with the D4s, let's see, Mim rolled a 4, I rolled a 3.
I haven't rolled yet.
Yeah.
Do we all need to roll?
Yes, we all need to roll.
Oh.
I rolled a 2.
2.
Where are them dice? Where are them hot tasty dice?
2.
Oop. We got matchers.
Yeah, we got 1.
2. That's a lot of 2s.
All right, so
3 2s.
3 encounters on the second day.
Oh,
Damn.
I'm sorry,
Nice.
2 encounters on the second day, not 3. I'm fever.
Okay.
You're
I'm gonna
getting in
start.
charge of the in-row.
Sweet boy.
Inran doesn't have to roll. He's gotten through enough. Let's see which one.
Let him rest.
All right, Sarah, 1
Yes.
or 2?
2, since we're on 2s.
Okay. Let's see. This is gonna be fun. I don't get to use this one very often.
Hey!
Oh boy.
All right. Oh wait, this is the 2-parter. All right. Zeke, 1 or 2?
Let's do 1.
All right, sounds good. Get back your dice. Oh, that's fun. And
It's such a good sound.
I know. I love the math rocks. Oh, okay. This is gonna be interesting. I'm actually how this will work. I'm gonna combine the 2 into 1. That's gonna be interesting. Your first day of travel, Inra will explain to you guys a little bit more about the situation that he found himself in, especially with the group. Just to try and keep things a little bit abbreviated here, he's going to mention that he found himself in the company of somebody who had more specifically, a young halfling woman who worked at the Silk Robe in Molderport, which the Silk Robe just so happens to be the business that Maxel Zent personally owns. And after spending the evening with this individual, and he makes it very clear, not anything, not anything like that. But just speaking with her and walking around with her, she got emotional, and Inra picked up on it. And the way that he's going to describe it is just that he could really just feel it. He could feel like something was wrong, and he asked her, and in short order, for some reason, and he says whether it was a lapse of her judgment or she just couldn't keep it in anymore, she explained how she owed the Silk Robe an exorbitant amount of money, and that she can't stop working there until the debt's been paid off. And she would really like to stop working there. Inra, feeling the turmoil, and he's going to describe it in this very, like, he kind of gets like a stare to him where he says he could almost feel her turmoil himself, not just as if he was listening and to her and being sympathetic. It was almost like he could feel it himself, and that's why he believed her. He gave her the money to pay off the debt.
Oh, sweetie.
And he thought that was going to be the end of it, truthfully. He thought that he was just going to move on in life, and he just did somebody a good turn. But then some ruffians of Maxel's found him outside of town and promptly beat the shit out of him. To then the group was passing through and saved him. But then he discovered that apparently the halfling woman knew what was going to happen to him and found a dragon knight, being Val, and requested the help of a dragon knight to save Inra. And he thought that, again, and he's going to explain it as another ill-fated attempt at believing it was over. He then realized, after seeing the young woman, again in public, she was still wearing a blue silk sash around her waist, which is the sign of working for the Silk Robe. And he figured that doesn't seem right. She should be done. And no insight checks needed. He stops wanting to be very detailed. And just as after trying to speak with her again, she claimed that she just swindled him and that it was all a lie and so on and so forth, and it didn't matter and whatnot. But the party didn't, and Inra states, I still don't believe her, but neither did the party. But so the party decided to try and figure out a little bit more, and believing that Maxwell was running some sort of indentured servitude out of his business, they decided to investigate, and it did not go well. And that's where he will promptly say, and that's completely why this is my fault.
Sounds to me like it might be this Maxwell character's fault in the grand scheme of things. Sure, you might have instigated it. But if just tugging at one little strand like that causes this much trouble, I have my doubts.
Maybe you're right.
Even if that woman were a liar and a swindler, surely it wouldn't have caused this much trouble.
You would think.
I, for one, struggle to see where the end of your story matches the start of your story.
Inra looks up to you. How do you mean?
What my cousin said. It started with an act of what seems like... You told me not to use the word charity, cousin. Apparently it's patronizing. So, kindness?
Okay.
And as you all explained to me earlier, this... What's the Maxwell guy's surname?
Zent.
Zent fellow is unsavory at best. So it sort of seems as though it's rather... Sorry, Helen would never say sort of. It seems as though this is entirely Mr. Zent's fault. If I am following correctly.
I won't deny. The man's a problem. And yeah, you make a good point, Buckthorn. If this was nothing, why make a big deal? Well, I would think to agree with you, but from what I know, what they did, they blew up his office.
That's not a good look.
No, no, it's really, really not. And the wanted posters that were around for them had attempted murder and political assassination as the crimes.
Oh no.
And that is accurate?
Well, I don't think they wanted to kill him. I think they just wanted to get information, but it just turned south from what they told me. So...
From what I remember, Robert is a bit... She waves her hand. Volatile, magic-wise.
Oh, yeah.
It could have been an accident,
But apparently they got away with evidence, so...
Yeah.
Not all
less
for naught,
accidental.
as one would expect from Eshaelle.
Yeah.
You've taken a liking to her.
Asher's going back to working on his papers.
Shill's great.
Wait. Is...
Shh.
Maxwell... Shh. I will not be shushed. I am trying to learn. You can see how Lynn's got the face of like, I just learned about capitalism. That sucks. But like, not fully. Like, he's there, like, people can be corrupt. Getting
people in power can be bad.
Of, like,
what?
Wait, but my family's entirely in power. That doesn't make any. Like that.
Yeah, it's like, this leaves a bad taste in my mouth, and I don't know why.
I can't tell the flavor. Anyway, is Maxwell
dead?
The
dots yet.
I'm trying to figure out.
No,
he's still in power.
Attempted.
He ordered the hit, boy.
But then how then is your former team being accused of political assassination if he's alive?
Attempted.
Yeah, the attempted part.
Oh, they failed?
Yeah, well,
Yes.
again, as Kim said, it might have been an accident, but I don't think Robert would tell me if it was an accident.
That Theridor fellow doesn't seem as though he makes accidents.
Oh, no, he does.
Does he?
I think so.
Oh, I suppose he did get stabbed by standing in my way. That was his first mistake.
Yeah, he did do that. Wait,
You
what?
weren't there for that.
Yeah, Henry wasn't there for that. That's the key of like he's reminiscing about something that didn't happen, and he's like, "Wait, what?"
Yeah, he would do that. Only a little.
Asher bounces his brows and continues working.
Yeah, all right. I'll hear about that later.
I'm writing a song about it, actually.
Oh,
Let's
that's
just
awesome.
say it's a good thing that you weren't around when we were there. It was quite the battle. Quite the two battles, actually.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
We went into a sunken tower and fought, one being made of pure time and one being from beyond space and time. It wasn't very pleasant.
What?
Yeah, your friends seem to be involved in something much greater than your average political intrigue.
Inra stares ahead and he
They're
is
okay.
concerned.
They were okay. It's okay.
No, I trust me. I believe that they were fine after that, but that's not for a conversation right now. But yeah,
Well, we've got plenty of days to travel on the road.
yeah. I think just for right now, though, I'm gonna stop looking at the past for just a moment. I'm just gonna look forward to where we're driving. Just paying attention to where I'm driving.
And sitting on the cart, and you hear stop-starts of some kind of bad melody, I'm going to say. Usually Howland's pretty good with following a melody. This one's all janky.
Interesting. Okay.
Is that you like trying to figure out whether or not your people are good people?
Don't know.
Okay.
No.
We'll say that's the day one of travel. Day two comes around. Inra's a little bit quieter, definitely in his head. But as you guys are making your way through, hitting.
Everybody remember to long rest if you spend any spells.
Oh,
Yes, long rests.
Smart.
You're at a portion in the environment where it's still primarily plains. There's a smattering of small wooded areas, many trees just randomly sprouted in certain areas, and mostly rocks are your enemy today. On just no particular path in the middle of seemingly nowhere, who has a passive perception above a 12? Or at 12?
I have
12.
a 17.
I have an 18.
Wow.
Jesus Christ, guys.
What do you have, Kim?
A 10?
Oh.
Your eyes are closed. I have a 12.
Okay, so the three of you will notice. Inra won't right away either. But there is a mound, a very large mound that seems to be growing a lot of moss on it and has these jutting, I guess, formations coming out of it that seem relatively unnatural. And there is from the distance that you can see, there's a large collection of fluttering what seems to be insects. You're not exactly sure, from giving you guys like 100-foot distance on this one to see this. You're not exactly sure what they are. But I'm going to have Howland make a nature check with advantage. And yeah, Buckthorn and Asher, nature check, just straight.
Would cryptozoology help here, or should I just go nature?
Oh no, cryptozoology. Yeah.
Okay, with advantage?
With advantage.
So
Okay.
dope. All these little
Natural 1.
Oh,
dang.
Did I
22?
roll?
Yours is a 22.
Pretty good. All right. I'm just going to give this to Helen because, Helen, you're going to know the most about this. This was circumstantial to being a wilder.
Huh?
What you see is...
Oh, no, it was a 7. My bad. Not a natural one.
Oh, okay.
I was going to say, if that was a natural 1, your modifier is huge.
Yeah, I was like, what?
Nope,
How do you
I
sound
just
disappointed with your 11 modifier?
But, Helen, what you will notice is that this mound with its weird formations is not a natural part of the landscape. In fact, it is a carcass, a large carcass of a, let me double check this name on this one, Bielu, which is basically, think of it like a stegosaurus, but where the plates are, they're covered in moss, and they have these creatures have like a very long tongue. They're very they're just herbivores, but they are creatures that are touched by the Beastland's influence, not from the Beastland, but they like ride the line or have some way come in contact with like a portal or some sort of magic from the Beastlands that has transformed them and have turned into these more nature-bound creatures. But what catches your eye the most beyond that is the fluttering insects around it. They seem to obviously be collecting around the corpse. From what you know about Bielus, they don't necessarily provide anything special with their corpses any more than meat and such things for carrion. So as you think about it, something else clicks with you. This is a swarm of death butterflies.
Oh, yes.
Oh. Okay. I'm going.
They specifically follow corpses, and they like really big ones.
Okay. What's the? I'm going to stop Inro as an aside. Like if Inro's driving.
Yeah.
We're gonna wing over on his shoulder, I guess. Do I have hands? I can't remember if I have hands.
You have hands.
Yes. Okay. Well, then shoulder tap and stop. I'm going to point out that those are death butterflies. What is the course of action here? Avoid?
What is
my idiot going to do though?
So what Howland would know of death butterfly swarms is that if they are just left to consume a corpse, they're happy. But the second that anybody or anything else gets near, they're kind of like this hive mind where they think that their nutrients is being threatened, and then will treat a living being as that said nutrients until they're dead.
What do you
so you're the new nutrient.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, so they should be killed. Sorry, what?
They should be left alone. They're just doing their own thing.
They're fine as long as they have a corpse. My curiosity is what killed the creature, and how long has it been dead?
I'm not going to check while there are death butterflies around it.
If
can't get close, but Helen, you could fly over. You could probably get a look at it.
You could get close.
Like don't get super close, but that's why I'm saying you could fly over, like above it, far beyond, and get a better picture of maybe what happened.
Okay, I mean, yeah, guess so. If something
Asher's a bit like, if something big was killed out here, do we have to worry about what killed it?
Makes sense. I guess. What were you guys saying? Leave the death butterflies?
Yeah.
What if someone passes them and doesn't know?
We're off the road.
Devoured. Of course, you would say leave them to their devices. Forest man. I'm also forest, but then I'm forest.
You're
rich,
different.
That's different. Yeah. Okay, I guess I could check if it's like... It strikes me as Howlen-ish to check. It would be smart to avoid, so I think Howlen's going to check. Probably before Buckthorn can say anything. In that way of like, is this like the work of a hunter? Or is it like, less so about like the threat of monsters, but kind of like one of ours or one of the others,
It is beast die of natural causes.
Then if you want to fly over, you can make enough distance between you and the swarm to have them not even bother with you. But I will have you do a perception check.
Yes. 15.
All right, 15. So you circle overhead looking with your owl eyes. Wait, you don't have anything special to perception as being a owl person, do you?
I was just checking.
Yeah, I think it just gives you proficiency, but I want to double check on that.
No, I got proficiency in stealth, flight, dark vision. I don't think I have visual nums.
Huh.
No zoom and enhance.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wild.
I have very good stealth, and intimidation is one of my other skills.
That's insane to me.
Yeah. You flying above, you'll see obviously the very large corpse, and you will see that it has chunks taken out of it, particularly on the side that was not facing you guys.
No.
And then you're going to see that there are several other corpses, 6 to be precise, of raptors.
Oh.
More than likely, the death butterfly swarm got to them.
Oh.
Yay.
Okay. I'm going to just come back and report this.
Lovely.
We'd best leave them to their meal.
All the more reason.
Yeah, we're going to be taking a wide berth, says Inra as he guides Igma the long way round. Of all the things I want to fight, I don't think a swarm of butterflies is the way I want to go.
Asher makes a little note on his map to avoid this little section right here, at least for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, they'll be at that corpse for a while.
Mm-hmm.
At least it'll keep
Probably
them busy.
a few weeks.
Easily.
And you're such a tasty little snack, Inra.
Thank you? I think?
Kim?
You know, and he looks to you and he's like, no, you know, I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you. You know, thank you.
Don't refer to him as a snack. He must be some sort of meal. The donkey's lunch. Inra can be breakfast. Supper.
You know. Yeah, I can be a meal. Sure, let's go with that. He just starts quiet. He just quietly starts laughing to himself.
the little ramble in the background of like afternoon tea, midnight snack, like Kim and
Snack.
No, I would never say midnight snack. I don't know what that is.
That is the completion of day 2.
That's day 2.
We avoided the problem. High five, everybody.
Hell yeah. Yay.
Good job, everyone. No one died horribly to a bunch of butterflies. Something about a swarm killing you always just gives me the heebie-jeebies.
It's real, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for warning me, because Helen would have been like, well, let's kill them.
That's the sound you make as you die.
Yeah. It's the sound of being devoured by butterflies.
Anyway, Inra, keep driving the cart.
Yeah, I got it.
Do they like eat with their proboscis or whatever it is? Do they?
Yes.
Proboscis.
Yeah.
Yes, they do.
Proboscis.
What is it?
Proboscis.
The guy that used to do those literal trailer videos back in the day.
Yeah.
Proboscis.
I was
Carry
close.
on.
Yeah. Anyway, we survived day 2.
You survived day 2.
Day 3.
Day 3, yippee. Inra again is somewhat quiet. Like if anybody addresses him or asks him questions, he'll answer within reason, but he's definitely being a little bit more coy about anything I guess related to the party or himself right now. He just seems to be very lost in thought.
All alone.
But nothing happens on day 3. Day 4.
I will
go ahead.
say, every time we camp, I'm using my Hearth of Moonlight and Shadow, which is this like nice, big, invisible 30-foot sphere that grants us bonuses to stealth and perception while we're in it, and light from open flames within can't be seen. So it's like always we've got like a nice, cozy, magical tent every night as we bed down.
Nice.
Howland's still strumming some sort of disjointed tune and seems to still be composing about Sancho Lunch Jacket the First, and now Inra Supper the Snack. Drove on past the butterflies and won't be looking back. That kind of thing.
Can I make an insight check about his sadness? I'm curious now.
Yeah, make an insight check.
Howland's.
What's sadness?
Nope, never mind then.
9. I'm gonna say there's pretty much not much to be seen as far as what Kim picks up.
Yeah.
I think I would be asking mostly about Mulderport and this Zent character. What we know of the place, what we can
layout
infer.
Information would be helpful to Asher, because then he could make a kind of estimate map of both the town and the locations we may have to venture into. Just a rough idea.
Imra will actually, if you're asking specifically about that stuff, he'll just do like a little like dirt map as it was, just like he'll grab a stick and find just a patch, and he'll draw out Mulderport very, very basically. He'll point out where the Silk Robe is. He'll point out where Belle Ekro, her business is called the Silver Platter. And he will also mention, just quickly in passing, that she was very helpful to him and the party before everything happened. So potential friend, ally, friend, either.
Asher will make copies of the dirt maps onto paper.
Yeah. Inra is not sure about anything else, really. He did not spend a hell of a lot of time in town.
That's advantageous.
Let's see. As the 4th day begins, though, it's a cloudy day. Feels very, very cold. It is mid-autumn at this point, so the biting cold is really showing through. And there seems to be a large amount of fog rolling through from seemingly the ocean, and it does cover your path entirely, and it is very, very thick. So finding your ways through this is going to be a lot of a guessing game, and trying not to run into trees, trying not to run into rocks. But that is mostly how your entire day goes, of just taking it very slow, trying to avoid any of the hazards, and then come near nightfall, through the fog, you guys are going to see lights, lantern lights, in fact. And Inra is kind of squinting through the fog. He's going to look back to you, Asher. Is there a town over here that I'm not aware of?
I'm gonna reckon no. Huh? I'm asking the DM.
Yeah, no.
Asher shakes his head and kind of like makes a gesture like we should be careful, essentially. Like slow down. And he's actually going to start loading his crossbow bolt, just on the off chance that this isn't friendly.
Yeah, sounds good.
Death Butterfly set up shop.
Get ready for your next lunch.
It's 1,000 death butterflies in a trench coat.
You beat to it.
Holding legs.
I was thinking that. Imra slowly guides Igmut through, and there's a certain point where the fog thins a great amount, where it's almost like a clear cutoff. And I'm going to move you guys to a different map.
Asher's keeping a very sharp eye on those those lantern lights specifically?
I just woke up.
I had a nap.
Helen probably has a lot of day naps.
Really?
Sleeps on
He's
the
got
roof.
good dark vision.
I'm nocturnal, technically.
Oh.
Not mechanically. That's just
At
flavor.
the very least, he is crepuscular.
Pardon me,
He's active.
what's that? What did you call me?
Active during the twilight hours of dawn and dusk.
Crepuscular?
Yes.
I am quite muscular. But the first part hardly sounds decent.
Road like a bird. Crepuscular.
For sake of movement and whatnot, I'm not putting down the cart. But as you guys make it through this fog, the first thing you'll pass is a dilapidated, destroyed home. You can see that the roof is collapsed in, 2 of its walls are down, and there is overturned furniture and a tree growing out of the middle. Looking,
It's been that way a while.
yeah. Looking ahead, you'll see that there is a small watchtower. There is I didn't put down any minis for this because less things for you guys to have to load in. There is an individual there in the tower holding a lantern up, and you can see that there's a fairly large bonfire in the middle of a collection of tents. And as you look beyond and seeing through the thin fog, this is a small village, just in the middle of goddamn nowhere. But as you all come through, the guard in the tower, everybody make an insight check.
Okay. Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna have Inra do
Well,
his as well.
that's another nat 20.
Holy crap!
Holy shit!
Asher's like on guard right now.
Only an
Hey.
18 for me.
Wait a minute, did we both just get...
2 nat
Nat
20s, 2 18s.
Yeah,
Ooh.
How
My
about
eyes
Asher?
are all open.
Alert.
We're not getting jumped today.
Hell no. The guard looks shocked. Like, immediately, like, leaves post and starts, like, just running to, like, tents and, like, gathering in people and, like, running into homes, like, just going everywhere. And as you guys make it past, well, I'll just say make it past the guard post and further into town, people are starting to collect along this dirt road that they've made for themselves. And
Maybe we shouldn't go through this town.
Inra's I'll use Inra as like the mark for like where the cart is.
Sweetie.
Inra's looking at all the people who are gawking and looking at all of you, and Inra looks back. Guys, anybody else getting a weird vibe here?
Is anyone
that's
gonna stop
Extremely
me if
weird.
I use warding wind to dispel... Would this work? Hedges out vapor, gas, and fog that can be dispersed by strong wind.
Okay.
If I cast warding wind, would that clear the fog around us at least?
Around you guys,
Or
yeah.
did we pass through fog?
Well, you guys passed through it. Like, you're now
I'm
just...
sorry,
Stopped unnervingly.
Yeah, can I do any sort of check to kind of try and gauge the intention behind these gathering people? Is it threatening? Is it fear?
With 2 nat 20s,
yeah, true.
both Asher and Helen will recognize fear, number 1, first and foremost, and 2, passivity?
Oh.
Yeah, Asher will relay that. They're afraid of us.
Why?
I think Buckthorn is going to put on his charming diplomat voice and say, "We are simple travelers passing through. We mean you no harm. We do not intend to stay."
They all just remain silent.
Okay, that's unnerving.
And it was like, all right, I was thinking we might want to stop here for the night, but suddenly I don't want to.
No, I think not. This feels like some fairy bullshit to me.
Make
Would it?
a check of what sub skills do you have?
Bureaucracy, tasting sensitivity, etiquette, information gathering. But I am proficient. Information gathering investigation. This investigation as in like information gathering of like talking to people and hearing the goss. But I am proficient in survival and perception and insight, and I do speak Sylvan as an Eladrin.
I am going to give you... Oh boy, what do I give you? I want to give you Arcana with advantage.
Okay.
Nice. Go cousin, go cousin, go. Go cousin, go cousin, go.
Not good.
Oh, 10. Okay. You have a reactive thought of, this feels like fairy bullshit. And you try to examine it, but there's nothing clear that can give you an answer to that immediate thought. This is if you are going to put your gut instinct to rest, you will need to learn more than just going off of an experience.
Can I mean, we haven't ventured very far into this village, evidently, but I'm kind of curious about the buildings and the layout. Does any of it seem like it makes total sense, or is there something kind of off about this whole construction, this whole layout? Is it laid out like a village should be, or does it seem almost, uncanny valley, but for architecture and layout?
Okay.
Yeah. Did a computer algorithm try to generate a house and get 3 bathrooms and no bedrooms?
Why is there a carpet in the bathroom?
What is this, the 70s?
Okay. From because you guys are pretty much just at the very beginning of this village, if you want to say that you guys venture in further, I'll make this check easier. But if you want answers without going too deep in, DC is going to be a little bit higher.
Can I talk to the tree and ask it to wiggle if it is alive? Wait, no. If it's an illusion, it will think it's alive. Okay, that doesn't work.
Hey, are you real? Tree crisis.
That question, I think, will go to Enra and Buckthorn. Asher won't force them to go any further for the sake of him investigating. So if they want to go further, Asher will accept that, but he will also just try to examine what he can see if we want to stay where we are.
Might it be wiser to investigate this place in daylight?
Maybe.
Can we go back?
Let's camp on the outskirts. If the town's still here in the morning, we can certainly go investigate.
Yeah, let's do that. Back whence we came for now.
Can I still try to make the check?
Yeah, do it.
Yeah, you can still make the check,
You get another 20.
What was the check? Investigation?
Yeah, investigation.
Okay. Just on our way out.
Yeah.
Nah, that's a 12.
12. Most of you can tell.
Can I give you advantage by helping? Because I'm a little bit sus as well.
I'll have you do your own.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah.
Can I also do one then?
Sure, go crazy.
16?
Oh, it's increasing.
What would mine be, sorry?
Investigation.
Combining our knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Investigation check. Okay.
Put all our eyeballs together.
Gradually climbing the ladder.
Most of you guys will be able to tell is that this village, if it is indeed real, is in the thralls of being built. It's incomplete. What you guys can see is foundations. You can see half-made houses. You can see people living in tents in just base foundations. It's not done.
Okay, one other question, if you don't mind. As we're heading out, this is a bit a bit outside of the usual mechanics, but I do have my whispers. Is anything deathly whispering to me right now?
Ooh. Surprisingly, no. And I'm also going to say Asher will pick up on this. The whispers are very quiet.
Oh.
That's somehow weirder.
Yeah, that somehow
Yeah.
makes him feel worse about the situation. Huh.
Disconcerting.
Nobody knows that, though, because hardly anyone knows Asher has the whispers, so he's just keeping that to himself. Asher just mentally takes a note of that. Okay. Well, then.
Don't like that.
Thorn is like, let's get a good distance away. We don't need to be here.
Mm-hmm.
This is very boring for like an adventurer, but it is very reasonable for
It's
a
so
person
buckle.
living in this world of like, let's be sensible, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Can I take Howlin like up and see if we can still see the town like from above, from a high height? See if
Truly,
it's real.
just as Zeke was saying that, I'm like, Buckthorn's smart. Of course he'd do that. We
Yeah.
are not bound by such logic, so yeah, we could probably have a look, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go.
Sure. All right. So you guys can go up the villagers that were there staring at you guys, like watch as you all go up into the air. There's a certain point where you will find yourself deep in fog that is pretty high up there. But however far up you go, you can still see the village.
Okay.
DM, can I make a
Yes.
nature check on this fog?
Sure.
Yeah, I was just about to ask.
Yeah.
Is it normal? I know we're near the coast, and it is autumn, but is this normal?
Give it a little guess. Let's see what your nature comes up with.
13.
13. As natural as it could be.
Okay, then.
As you all retreat back into the fog to remain on the outskirts, you all don't go very far, and I mean not very far at all.
God.
Until you realize that as you are trying to give yourself a decent distance from this town, the direction that you're traveling, you now see lights in that direction.
Oh, good. Yeah, I saw that coming.
Yeah.
I feel like
Okay.
Asher and Howlin, we rolled like in that 20 before. Howlin's going to be like, did we go in a circle, Inra?
No, we did not. I'm
Asher
turning.
like flicks the compass he has.
Spinning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He shows that to the rest of them. This seems to be the predicament we're in. Always a good sign. Kind of tosses
You know,
it
I had a
onto
good
counter.
feeling about this, but at least now we know that leaving isn't an option.
And puts his head in his hands. For fuck's sakes, I do not have time for this. I do not have the fucking time for this. And he hits the reins for Igma to go forward. And as you guys pass back through the fog, congrats, you're right back in the town, and the villagers are just waiting there for you. And
Okay.
and Inra pulls up a little bit further, and he says, "All right, where are we?"
I gotta put a hand on Inra's shoulder, like, come on, calm down. They don't seem hostile yet.
I think just as you're approaching too, with that kind of energy, Howlin's going to launch off the front of the cart and like land in front of everyone, big like feather sweep thing, and does the good evening, everybody. I am Howlin, Fairfeather the Fourth of the Eventail Wilders, and we have stumbled into your foggy town. Howlin's looking at the like half-built places, like if you can call it a town. And it appears that we have lost our sense of direction.
Inra, like he has definitely stated that, made his statement, and you guys will see one of the individuals who wasn't there originally when you had made your turn back around to go into the fog, but is there now. Is a deep gnome man. Looks to be probably a little bit in the middle-aged range.
He steps forward and speaks up. Welcome to Medensk. You're stuck here now. Congratulations.
Huh.
I have never heard of Medensk before. Cousin?
Likely because it was a budding town.
Correct.
How long have you been trapped here?
Feels like 8 months, maybe a year.
Can I just touch this man to see if he's real? Like poke him?
Yeah, you walk up, you like walk up to him and give him a poke, and he looks.
Bearing in mind, this is a gnome. He's like the size of Kim's shins.
Yeah.
You just like crouch all the way down.
he like as you poke him, he kind of like steps, like he gets like the little like jostle backwards. He's like, okay.
Just making sure.
Yeah.
Asher's gonna hop out of the cart and kind of start wandering around towards the buildings. He's trying to get a sense of time and place with this location. Like they said, or maybe around a year they've been trapped here, but Asher's not exactly confident they have the best sense of time, and he's just trying to get a feel for anything about this environment that can tell him something more about what's happened here.
All right.
Do that whole chrono crystal thing too. So what is time really?
Yes.
True. Make another investigation check.
Okay. 24.
Damn, boy.
Nice.
Architecture aside, like this is just some standard architecture for especially just a budding town that's just trying to get their start as it appears. But looking specifically at the wood that they've collected, it doesn't look cracked, it doesn't look aged, it looks fairly fresh. Even for a year's worth of time, perhaps, it's not a place out of time, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's just stuck here in this fog.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I think Asher, once he's done like a little cursory look at the buildings, will come back around to the crowd and kind of start asking around about like, how did this happen? Did fog roll in and you were just stuck here? Did something happen? Did someone come here? He's starting to ask questions with the kind of air of like, we're going to solve this problem, so give me all the information you got.
The deep gnome fella, especially as you start to like walk towards people and start to ask questions, they all really like start to back up from you. The deep gnome man says,
listen, just as shell-shocked as you may be, so are they. Follow me. I'll get you your answers.
Asher gives a shrug, adjusts his glasses, and peers back to the others, and like, well, I'm going pretty much. That face.
Yeah.
Inra will bring the cart and Igma to however far he can get following this man. But he walks you out of I guess you can call it a town center, and brings you guys to the bridge, and actually bring you guys down below the bridge, where you can see that there is a small fire going, with just this lean-to canvas over top. And Kim, I'm going to have you notice this first before anything. This man has a large Everbright crystal.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. Where he is staying. So I'm just gonna move all the minis over and just yoink right over here. And we'll park Igma in the cart by the bridge and get off and head down there with you. As you all head down this ravine.
Is it still absorbing light despite the smog, fog?
Yes. Yeah. So it still has its light.
Okay.
Which is...
Oh no.
It's alright. That's pretty normal for an Everbright crystal to have in this case. It doesn't seem to be affected by whatever had affected the other Everbright crystal at the Oblivion Ruins.
Oh, sorry. So to ask the stupidest... I assume... Do they stay bright forever?
Yes. The thing of Everbright crystals, besides the the name itself. They can be cracked, they can be destroyed, they can be ground into powder, and they will still hold on to their light.
Gotcha. Almost like they are ever bright.
Almost.
Crystals.
Yes.
Almost.
Yeah, something like that.
It's probably nothing, but I think Asher will, when they're kind of walking the way towards the camp, pull out the mirror, just see if it does anything. Just kind of do a little twirl with it.
Okay. You do
Shine around just to see.
Yeah, you do a little twirl and nothing shows up.
Yeah, expected. So let's tuck that away when no one's looking.
It's the deep gnome fella. He's got I didn't really give the description of him. He's got this like handlebar mustache that going that goes down and around the sides of his mouth. He's got some short hair. It's like I guess I want to call like a slate color hair. Very stout, rough hands you can see on this man. You can see that he's got full of cracks and blisters and cuts all over his hands. Yeah, doesn't wear armor, just has some pretty hefty clothes to keep himself warm. But he says,
"If you're gonna be staying here, my name is Hedda. It's nice to meet you all. Sorry you're stuck."
Asher.
Pleasure. Inra pipes up, waves a hand. Inra Ocker.
Buckthorn. Howlin.
Howlin feathered the fourth of the Eventale Wilders.
He doesn't need all that.
I mean,
You
it's
already gave
appropriate. This is the deed of a monster, then we will deal with it.
You apologized, but I somehow doubt you are the cause of all this.
My friend, kinda am. Come on down.
Oh, damn.
All right, then.
Oh, yikes.
You all get into the ravine. He sits
We'll
down.
see.
Yeah. He sits down by his campfire. Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm gesturing to Buckthorn to like take the lead. This is there's an important person here.
You are important, people talker.
Yes.
Yes.
Cousin would understand this. Faye thing.
As he sits by the fire and puts just like a bedroll behind him to ease up his back. He says,
You people are the first outsiders to ever show up here. So I'm thinking that everybody's a little afraid of your intentions, or if you're who we fear. So don't
There's
mind
someone
that.
you fear in particular.
Yes, there is. Started a while ago. Like I said, about a year or so. I'm a miner. I came here with these people because we all belong to the same community. A very small religious community that we made our way in the colonies for a while, but we wanted to start off on our own. So we came here. And I happened to find a small cave nearby, and I made it my livelihood. Very quickly, I came across a nice vein of ever-bright crystals.
and he points at the one right next to him.
I made a discovery with this particular crystal because for some reason, and he drags it over to him, it's different than the others. Very different.
Kim, I'm gonna have you do you have geology or is it mining?
Mining.
I'll have it apply to this. Make a mining check.
20. Dirty.
Woohoo! All right. On the outside, there is no difference to this Everbright crystal. It's different. It's a different color than what you've ever worked with. But there's no obvious distinction whatsoever. But you can see that it's been broken in several places a couple times. And drags it over, and you see Ada pull out mason's tools, and he starts to chip away at the stone and grabs two chunks in each hand. He says,
I made this discovery by accident. You may want to avert your eyes a little bit.
And you see that he
hitting flint on stone, smacks the two stones together a few times. In a burst of bright white light, there is just this flashbang of an explosion.
You.
Mm.
And it kind of burns, actually. Like all of you. Like it's not painful in more of a way that it's an uncomfortable heat. And as you look back to look at him, the crystals that were in his hand are gone, evaporated entirely.
Oh.
Kim, that's abnormal. That's where the abnormality is.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen. So
I think Asher's kind of peering towards Kim, like, you know more about this than I do. What's your take? And sees like her expression.
Not happy.
So I accidentally figured that out. I had one of these crystals fall on top of another one, and there was a giant flashbang that, well, freaked me out. But I had a feeling that these crystals might be worth something. So I made a trip with a large collection. I went back to the colonies. I went to Ulsterset. And while I was there peddling the wares and showing it off, there's this person, this hobgoblin individual. I can't remember anything else about them anymore. But they had asked me about these crystals, and they seemed very, very interested in these crystals. And they had asked if they could know where I was from. I didn't think anything of it. I told them where, and just kind of explained that I was on the coast in a cardinal direction. And then fast forward a few weeks, maybe a month, this person shows up in town, a different person. Looked like a Kenku, but they were tall and lanky, and he came at night. We all here had the same dream, seemingly, and it was of that Kenku. And they said, collect the stones, clean the earth dry, and you will get your loved ones back. And then come dawn, some of us found to have lost family members in the night. Just gone. Everybody took that dream to heart. Especially when some of us decided to go out and try to find them. They see this fog that's around us? This is already here when we woke up that day.
Had a suspicion.
Yeah.
Does the description of a tall Kenku bring anything to mind?
Not particularly. But
like, this is not a specific creature that is akin to a Kenku, but isn't one.
No.
That I would know of.
Not
like
particularly.
Kim might need to make a little wisdom saving throw.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh,
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, 17. Okay.
Yeah.
She's okay. She's calm. Doesn't look it, but she is.
She's calm and she's together. And so we find ourselves here. Ever since. And now so do you.
Is that creature still here?
I don't know. We haven't seen them.
Seem to have some pretty specific instructions.
Yeah. We've collected the crystals. We leave them at the mine. And then when we go back the next day, the crystals are gone. So somebody grabs them. Seemingly.
When is the next drop?
It's daily. But you can't really tell what day it is around here. Pretty much stays like this.
So the light doesn't change.
Not very much. A little bit, but not very much.
Quite a conundrum we have here.
Okay, Asher, I think, is going to... He's been kind of low-key making a map on, like, a small note as we've been making our way through. So he has, like, this quarter of a map, and he's going to present it. and basically be like, "Where's the mine?"
Points towards the on the map, and then points towards the woods that are towards if you're looking at the Tailspire map, towards the west, and that there is a path that goes into the forest. Says
starts marking it.
Yeah, that's where it's at. And
has anyone been inside the mine recently?
We all do, every day, except for myself. I don't go with the regular group. I go on my own time.
And no reports of strange creatures?
Never. I go at the off hours too. I'm usually, when I go, the crystals that everybody else collected are gone. And then when they go, the crystals that I collected are gone. So something happens when we're not there.
Something's shy.
Definitely. As you guys are having this conversation, you'll see that from under the bridge, there was another kind of canvas tent, as it was, and somebody else who was resting there. But after hearing the conversations and seeing not only the flashbang but the multitude of extra people, you'll see them hobble down from under the bridge, and who you will see is a younger deep gnome. If we're gonna put in age range here, Inra's age, if that makes sense. He's already in his mid or early 20s. They have like this like fur coat on. They have this whitish hair on them, longer but pulled back in a bun. It's got like a big old hairpin through it. A couple of piercings in their ears, and you'll see that one of their legs, just below the knee, is a peg leg. They approach and they start doing hand signs. Asher, it's Thieves' Cant.
Oh, what's she saying? She?
Yeah, she. She's
You can't what?
She's saying, Uncle, what's going on?
No.
And he replies back and is speaking out loud as well. There are new people in town. Just heading them up to speed. And she looks around and looks at each of you up and down a little bit. And she signs again to Hedda. No relation to you know who. And he says, seemingly not.
Asher's going to sign to him now. Who is you know who?
You can see the woman kind of like gets a bit bug-eyed, and Hedda chuckles. The visitor in the night, the one that I just mentioned.
Asher nods, turns back to the young lady and signs, "Hello, my name is Asher. Nice to meet you."
She smiles and she signs back, "Hello, it's nice to meet you as well. My name is Tessie."
Tessie. Helen leans in and asks, "Introduce me as well."
Yeah.
Does Howland know Thieves' Cant? Does he know that you're signing?
Idea.
You can just. I think he can understand a conversation is happening, but
fair enough.
He wants to be introduced.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what we're saying.
Like setting the bar so low. Do I know you're communicating to one another?
Asher will introduce everyone, Howland, Buckthorn, and Kim, and Indra, and spell out their names in sign.
Nice.
Indra will wave.
You better do the whole thing for me. I'm watching.
He just writes Howland and then holds up 3 fingers.
Tessie will sign. I can hear. I just can't speak.
Don't tell me.
Yeah, Asher just nods.
Hedda pipes up. She got sick very young and infected her throat, so she doesn't speak anymore. But my niece here, she came out here to join me in working, And Tessie immediately like gets kind of a look of like the raised eyebrow, and she says, "Don't you dare." And he says, "I feel bad for getting her stuck in this situation."
I doubt it was your fault, Mr. Hedda. Buckthorn has been pretty quiet this whole time, and I think it's because he has been like deep in thought and listening to everything that's going on. DM, what's your rule on preparing spells like during the day if we've not had an encounter?
Like switching your spells that are available to you?
Yeah, like I would have no way to know to prepare this ahead of time, but like
take a short rest and call it good. Switch out your spells as you see fit.
Okay. In which case, Buckthorn says, think I might go for a short walk. Have a look around at some things.
Do you want company? Asher holds up his map a bit, like I could stand to fill this out, but he's not pushing.
If you're willing.
Might as well.
At the very least, it is the end of the day, and might be wise for us to make as if we're going to rest for the night.
I think in response to the... What was his name again? Hedda?
Yeah, Hedda.
His little story. What's Inra doing?
He's standing very stoically, but examining Hedda, it seems, more than anybody.
I think Howlin leans over to Inra and, like, with the energy of, like, whispering to your friend, says, yet another story where the end does not match the beginning.
He adjusts his head to just kind of, like, look at you out of the side of his eyes.
Yeah, Buckthorn is going to go wander over to that cabin with that large tree poking out through it. And DM, if you will allow this, I would like to try and cast Divination.
Okay. I'm gonna drag your mini and Asher's mini over there as well.
Yeah, Asher just like trailing along behind Buckthorn with a paper in his face.
Yeah.
Glancing up and making notes.
Alright. So divination. I don't remember how that spell works.
So, it does require sacrificial offering worth at least 25 gold pieces.
Donkey!
Which the spell consumes. I'm not sacrificing the donkey.
Coward.
He's not even worth 25 gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Anyway, your magic and an offering put you in contact with a god or god servants. In my case, I think that's just nature.
Yeah.
Or something that the Grove Tenders vibe with. You ask a single question concerning a specific goal, event, or activity to occur within 7 days. The GM offers a truthful reply. The reply might be a short phrase, a cryptic rhyme, or an omen. The spell doesn't take into account any possible circumstances that might change the outcome, such as the casting of additional spells or the loss or gain of a companion. If you cast the spell 2 times or more before finishing your next long rest, there is a cumulative 25% chance for each casting after the first that you get. For each casting after the first that you get a random reading. The GM makes this roll in secret. I only want to cast it once. I just need to figure out how to formulate this question, but I will open it up above board to the other players.
G'day.
The fuck's going on here, God?
Yeah. I was going to ask, how do we leave Medensk?
Oh, yes.
Does that sound like a reasonable question? Or should I be more specific of like,
what
who has made Medensk the way it is, or something like that? It's
How do we free Medensk?
That could be that's an option. How do we free the people of Medensk?
Yeah. Because if we ask, how do we leave? Well, you walk out. Like, no, you don't understand.
Your legs. We're doing like the hag scan of like, how could this be annoyingly treated?
Yeah.
but we are the people of Medansk now, so I feel
Yeah,
like
true.
formulate the question around that.
That seems about right. And if it isn't that specific, then I'm sure our DM would be very, very fair towards us.
Yes. Listen, I'm not a shitter about it.
Yeah, I'm expecting.
Not a hag.
I'm expecting some cryptic bullshit, which I'm down for. Yeah. I'm going to spend what money I have in my inventory of like saying that I have the supplies for this to cost it at least once.
All right. Sounds good.
So I will remove 25 gold. Now I'm really running low on money. I have 5 gold, 4 silver to my name.
Oh, well,
that's
good
fine.
Cousin. We have a shared bank account. It belongs to the estate.
Of course.
Oh my god, you've got a fucking black credit card? Are you serious? You're a trust fund kid. You're the worst.
Of course he's a trust fund kid. What did you expect he was
I got
going
this job for fun.
Yeah.
I hate
He's
you.
on an unpaid gap year internship
I have
with
to
his
admit,
international diplomat cousin.
do have some concerns about leaving Howlin and Kim alone together, but Asher's not worried.
Look.
Don't worry, we have Inra. We have Inra supper the snack.
Okay. Anyway.
He seems fine.
Yes.
Fine. Anyway, what are we finding out from the deity?
Okay, so what I think this looks like when Buckthorn casts it is that he goes up to the tree that is growing out of this house because it's like a large isolated tree, and will dig a little divot at the earth near its roots and produce a bowl of like fine incense and like some strange herbal wine that's some sort of secret concoction that is used by the grove tenders, and do a little sort of tea ceremony with incense and flame and just like quiet meditation, very Shinto-esque. And like place his hands together in prayer and via the tree cast divination with this, like the ashes of the incense and the spilled wine as an offering to the earth.
Wow.
And ask under his breath, how do we free the people of Medansk?
Asher, from the outside, you're going to see that some of the fog that is surrounding Buckthorn begins to swirl, just gently, and gently starts to trail up into these little wisps. Buckthorn, you do not get an immediate answer, but I'm gonna let this be more of a feeling first, in that when you rest, be under this tree. You will get your answer.
Alright. I think Buckthorn gives it some time for the feeling to sort of ebb through him. He opens his eyes again and stands up briefly. You return to the others, Asher. Keep a weather eye out. I've got some more listening to do.
Asher gives a nod, kind of adjusts the rapier at his hip. Stay safe. Gives
I
a
always
wave.
do.
Heads on back.
And Buckthorn will settle in to sleep at the base of this tree.
All right, sounds good. So Asher returning. As far as the rest of the group, where would you guys like to rest right now? Because we will be wrapping up session here real quick.
Somewhere warm.
Honestly, the wagon isn't that cold. It is enclosed, so you guys can manage to. Sure, you may not be able to have a fire in it, but body heat in a small wagon, that'll do it.
Especially with Crow, like, squeezing in the old feather blanket.
Whole wagon's leaning to one side.
Probably the safest place. It's like familiar to us, and there's no people we don't know because we did just get here, and we're taking them at their word, but you never know.
Yeah, I don't think Howland's like sleeping, resting. It would be like if Asher wants to keep looking around, I'd join them, but yeah. I just mentioned I just woke up from a nap. It's nighttime. Where's cousin? I think there would be like...
Yeah, Asher will explain in the best terms he can from what he observed of Buckthorn. Basically, Buckthorn is meditating on the problem. We'll leave him at that.
I may go pester him later, but for now, I guess I'll let him do his thing.
Yeah, Asher will keep you busy, because I think Asher would wander a bit, just to kind of fill out his map a little bit more, keep his mind occupied until he gets tired enough to come back to the wagon and sleep.
Helen's probably... It seems quiet around here, yeah, I imagine?
Very quiet.
Yeah, I think you probably don't have to strain much to hear that Howland's probably making a little bit of, like, not too obtrusive, but, like, just music. No lyrics.
Backtracking Asher's map drawing endeavors.
Is the tree and Buckthorn, are they in sight at all?
They're way over on the northwest, kind of
You'll
from
be
here.
able to see the tree. Like, once you're out of the ravine, you'll be able to see the tree. Buckthorn's more just kind of like an amorphous blob that far away.
I'm on the floor, lying down.
Yeah. Probably bump up to the bridge sometimes. Look, I'm going to be flying around. I might even offer some thoughts back to Asher about, like, help scout and get a map of the place.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah,
Take any
I'll
reports
help
down.
you. Yeah, there you go. The faint sound of music overhead.
Kim wants to go and look at the mine, but she's forcing herself not to. So
Not yet.
Not yet.
Stay with your new friends.
Yeah. Maybe
Your
just
fellow
talk
miners.
shop with the
and keep Inra company.
Yeah. My little guy.
Yeah.
It's emotional.
Yeah, I need my character isn't emotionally intelligent to look after him. I gotta help with maps.
Give him a little jostle and say, well, that we'll be moving on soon. Not to worry.
Alright. If you say so.
My friends are sturdy.
That they are. Very sturdy.
If a little silly.
That's an understatement.
That'll keep them going, I think.
I hope so.
Does Inra have his loot? Or the fiddle that they bought him?
He has his fiddle, but he has not touched it since starting to travel.
Figured.
Yeah.
I knew. What's a musician without his fiddle? Sad.
Sad. As everybody starts to settle down, Asher getting the better lay of the land before rest, and everybody getting themselves prepared. Inra will stay out of the wagon. He will actually sleep against Igmut.
Okay.
Cozy.
Yeah. But
You know what? If we're going to rest, I'm going to go over to Buckthorn and probably share that space, even if he's asleep.
Sure.
Keep him warm.
I'll drag your menu there.
Thanks.
God, what a nice thing to do.
Yeah, what the hell?
I mean, you shouldn't be camping out alone in a mysterious, foggy town. That is strategically disadvantageous.
Buckthorn, like, I'm on a spiritual quest right now. Sure.
Howland's like, you're still sitting under a tree. I would hunt you if I had the intention. Like a rodent sitting in
prey,
roots.
my cousin.
Yes, literally, exactly.
All right.
Crow and Kim snuggle Asher in the caravan. Can't remember the word.
He just gets squashed between you two, essentially.
Yeah.
Air quotes, snuggle.
He's like working on his notes, and then you two pile in, and it's just
bedtime. Enforced bedtime.
Like shoulders up to the ears, just squished.
Exactly. Like, well, okay, I'm done my work for the day.
All right.
I imagine Bro still has the squishmallow.
Yeah.
And it's got like a little it's got a loop on it now, so it can be tied to his saddle. So he can always have it handy.
Oh, I love that.
That's so cute.
That's absolutely
Was
lovely.
it a frog?
Yes.
Oh wait, Inra has his squishmallow too. He hasn't pulled that out.
No. No. Oh, stop denying yourself. We'll talk about you later.
All right, so as everybody rests, I'm going to Buckthorn right away. Buckthorn, you fall asleep against the tree, still feeling that energy flowing through you, and you're prepared for whatever you are about to be told. And what happens first is you find yourself in a fogged landscape, but the rest of it is black. You feel as though you're still in Medensk, like you haven't left. And then you begin to hear music, though somewhat faint. It is rhythmic, like deeply rhythmic. And you follow it. You follow it in this dreamscape. To hear drums and humming. At a certain point, the fog parts and you can see this collection of individuals of all different races, together with instruments and weapons in hand, rhythmically humming, chanting, beating against themselves and their weapons on shields, their weapons together on what is, you can imagine, is ground beneath their feet. And they're facing just a particular direction, and in front of them, you see Inra. And he stands there, eyes closed, as the music continues. You see this small little colorful butterfly just land on his shoulder. And at first this means absolutely nothing to you. There's nothing that immediately clicks. But then through the fog and the darkness you see a tall figure. Kenku-like. Rail thin, tattered rags covering their body, and on the top of their head they seem to have these bony protrusions almost poking out like a crown around their head. Their eyes are milky white, and they stand in front of Inra, reaching a hand out, but not being able to take a single step forward, but just a hand being reached out to him. And as the hand continues to stretch outward, almost as if they're straining against a force, the hand of this Kenku snaps and breaks, and they are seemingly pulled back into the darkness whence they came. And as they are pulled backwards, so are you, slowly, with the music starting to fade further outward into nothing and into silence. And you awaken.
How long does it feel like it's been since I've been asleep?
An hour.
Okay. I make notes of the dream, and I sort of put up a hand on the trunk of the tree and give my thanks.
You feel it reciprocated. That thanks.
Is Howland here next to me?
Yes.
Yeah.
What's he doing?
Awake.
Probably sleeping.
Are you?
I might be awake, honestly. If it was only an hour. And probably when you're touching the tree, can I be sitting in the tree?
Sure.
You just get that, like, you know when owls like when you see a bird suddenly in a tree. Yeah. Howlin's like big head comes in, does the rotate thing. Cousin, you're awake.
Cousin jump scare.
Somehow, I think I'm used to this.
Yeah, 100%.
Think I may have an answer. How we free ourselves from this place, all of us.
Well, spare no detail. We have to get out of here post-haste.
It'll be your favorite. We've got some music to make.
Hi, Craig. You're here to witness our downfall.
Hi, Craig. You ready to hear us die horribly?
Hello.
Sombrero. Stop being too excited. It's not the execution yet.
How do you know?
That's probably next session.
Why? Because Greg keeps on saying it's set up, so I know it's not the execution yet. Next episode, though, oh, buddy.
I also love how excited Sombrero has gotten anytime that we mention Puzzle Box. He's like, is it the execution? Is it the execution? I'm like, oh my god, I've never heard that man so excited.
I thought he liked, editing this campaign. But
He does.
He just wants his
He's
stats.
just very excited.
He wants to edit the other players' campaign now. Gray is done playing with us.
Yeah.
What other players do I have?
Edit for Metanoia now. Fuck.
Oh god. Yeah, a lot of us have been away, traveling, and all that stuff, and today we return with Spider on his deathbed, and Fire and Jay ready to commit homicide.
Well, do you mean in the game or in real life? Because
Real life.
there's a very important
Yes.
I mean, I'm not sure why I'm ready to commit homicide, but
I just always have this idea that you're ready.
Dang.
Okay. You're not necessarily wrong. It's one of those, oh yeah, I just constantly live with low simmering anger and it just never goes away. Cheers.
Hippie. Well, gang, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we are here today.
Thanks for apologizing, I guess.
Apology not accepted. Son unfriended.
You unfriended my son? Who's my son?
Yeah. Question.
I have a child?
Never said whose son it was.
Alright, fair enough. Why are the minis missing?
He killed us already. I can't believe this.
Yeah, no, Gray really said this campaign is fucking done.
Yeah. I can't believe Gray pulled an old school Sierra and we've been dead man walking for like half the campaign.
Oh my god.
We already had someone do fan art of us. I'm ready to die.
That's all I needed. My legacy will live on.
The legacies will live on from there.
Who is it that does the fan art of us?
Truck.
Thank you, Truck. This is a shout out to you for before we die.
Shout out.
Thank you for shout out, Truck. We love Truck.
We love you, Truck.
Thanks for drawing us. Thanks for sticking it till we just fucking perish.
Till we fucking bite it.
Ow.
The inner fan art I love very much.
We love our boy.
Ah, boy. We do it for the boy.
We do it for the boy.
Everything we do for our boy.
Eshaelle's entire motivation right now is just to get out so she can see her family again, and her family does include Inra.
Oh no.
Yeah, feel bad, Gray.
Killed the GM, killed him.
Even though this is literally us living our consequences. Feel bad, Gray.
Us when our actions have consequences. Surprised Pikachu.jpg.
Good god.
Oh, it looks like the candle guy.
Yeah, this mini's back.
Yeah, my candle boys are here to save me.
Candle boys.
We remember you, father.
My boy.
My baby boy.
Hold on one moment. 1 second. I got a text message to look at something in the apartment. 1 moment.
Oh, okay.
It's the pipe bomb.
Did you send it, Jay?
Maybe.
Oh, you.
No, you're dying. Oh
Excuse me.
no.
Please,
It's all right.
please do not die, Spider.
That was me coughing.
Oh.
I gave Gray the COVID when I visited.
God!
I love. Hello, Craig.
Hi, Craig.
Hey, Craig.
Good to see you, bud.
Does this also mean hello, Sombrero?
Oh yeah, hi, Sombrero.
Hi, Sombrero.
Hi, Sombrero.
Oh my god, hi, Craig. Hi, Craig. Hey, Sombrero.
I'll tolerate
Craig
you.
does so much. Sombrero out here, neck deep in edits.
Excuse me. I'm moving my slider real quick every time I have to cough or blow my nose. No, I save you guys.
Sombrer's problem now. Sorry.
Your problem. Well, she'll keep them in.
No.
I know.
Amplify them, bass boost them, actually.
Oh god, like he does with my burps.
Zoop me back in, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
Get zooped, asshole. Sorry.
I'm going to punch you in your feathery face.
Howland would never call someone an asshole. Well, not yet.
No, yeah, give
he's
him
not
a
learned.
Maybe if I
cusses
keep
yet.
hanging with rapscallions and thieves.
Vagabonds.
Yes.
Need
to find your friends. They can teach me how to say fuck and whatnot.
You just said it.
Oh no.
It's happening already.
Slippery slope.
I've become lower class.
Depraved language, a sign of the peasants.
Okay.
Can I just tell you guys, thank you for going out of your way to buy healing potions?
I'm really feeling the lack of a healer in the party, so.
Excuse me.
Reptar's our healer. We're better off than the other team. No offense, other team.
No, they should take offense at this point. Sombrero, cut this out. They don't buy healing potions ever.
No wonder Theridor has died so many times.
It is insane. You know who has healing? Val.
To be
You
fair,
know what they can
broke,
do?
Right?
Well, yeah, but you know what? Here's the thing. They spent money on like an immovable rod, Cape of the Manta Ray, and a Shatter Spell Scroll. I'm like, that was a lot of money, gang, and you didn't buy a single health potion? None?
Now it's get kidnapped, team. Come on. And to mold the port with me.
And they look at me and they're like, why do we keep going down? Bitch, I wish I could help.
Sure. Okay.
I'm gonna do real quick because I just realized the other group, if they have keen eyes here, I'm gonna put your inspiration into the. I'm gonna give you guys your own inspiration pool.
Oh, true. I'm sorry. I forgot we were undercover.
You're fine. No worries.
Oh.
I know they're not paying attention right now.
Oh, thank God. Sorry.
No, you're good. I know Jay's streaming and Fire and Wyvern are doing their own thing. I think Spider's the only one who might notice, but honestly, he's not gonna put two and two together right away. He'll ask me about it
I'll
in a
just be
few
like,
days.
sorry. Yeah, I thought this was my other D&D channel, and I was adding inspiration because that's what we do.
We were
And my
just
character
hanging
has
out.
a guitar or something.
Yeah.
Wait, no, you have to put it in with the emojis. Cray.
Oh.
Get yours off. And Mim, put yours in.
Do you want to
so
say
rude.
that differently?
Yeah, you want to try it again?
Yeah, that was me being kind.
No. Don't worry
No.
about it. Just,
Not
anyway. Spice Girls intermission and back to pretending you didn't say that.
And the last group that came through, if they are friends of the young man, left their cart and their donkey outside.
I just wasted all of my money on a cart I won't be able to use.
Oh, no, I'm not being that mean.
Well, we'll sell the cart to the inn and keep the donkey.
Oh god, the donkey mini's still here.
The donkey what?
The donkey mini.
The donkey mini.
Yeah, they named their donkey, I want to say, Donkey Don Quixote or something like that.
I was just gonna say you're pronouncing it like Don Quixote. Oh, what did you call it, Mim? Don Quixote?
Don Quixote.
Quixote, right.
Yeah.
Arte de la Mancha.
Thank you. Where
That's a weird sounding
are we
German.
right now? I think he's speaking Fey.
On the
Yeah, that's just to show us where we were.
Nice.
We were. We were.
There we are. Okay, stop.
Can you put that
Thanks.
back where you found it?
Save that shit for Meta Blues, man. That ain't the puzzle box's problem.
Want to be named. I'm going to randomly grab something here. Alright. It's Sancho. I like Sancho.
Of course, Sancho Panza.
Were we just not talking about Don Quixote?
Yeah.
This donkey's gonna have many names.
The donkey of many names.
Wow, it's got a title now too. I'm gonna write this down. So, lunch. Wait, sir. Did we agree, sir?
Yes.
No.
Lunch. Not listening to you, cousin. Sir, lunch jacket the
Never,
first. Sir, lunch jacket the first Esquire. No, you can't. He hasn't earned his knighthood. He's not a sir. Lunch jacket the first. Donkey of many names.
Yes.
Yeah.
Of many names.
Stupid donkey's gonna live in infamy.
Or die.
Or die in infamy, that too.
But he'll leave a very tasty corpse.
And a very suave jacket.
Listen, no matter the outcome, we all win, except maybe the donkey.
Yeah, the donkey's really the only one who's suffering here. Quick digression. I was at a sanctuary where they had a harpy eagle, and in a very, very, very large enclosure. That motherfucker flew down and latched on to the fence where I was standing with his talons. Like, you saw me as food.
Yeah, you were gonna die.
Yeah, harpy eagles actually hunt primates.
Well, like small.
Wow.
This motherfucker was really gonna try to take a smack at me. Goddamn.
That's a large looking chimp.
Oh my god.
Dinner
For
located.
days.
And you're not a small man, Gray.
No.
No, you're like SEAL Team 6 size, right?
Don't give me that much credit. Anyways, harpy eagles aside, and how they are wonderful beasts that also scare me.
Such a final credits kind of line.
Yeah. That was my aim.
Yeah. That's the perfect final credit line, and with that we end session.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yay.
You feather bristle, yay!
Thank you, Gray.
Cool.
Yes, thank
Thanks,
you.
Gray.
Thank you very much.
I'm so excited.
I'm excited. I'm stressed. I'm compelled.